Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the One Piece Sydney Regionals. I'm joined with Kevin. Kevin, how are you this morning?
I'm very good, excited for day One Piece.
It is good. We do have the top cut from yesterday's event, and let's have a quick look at the bracket. All right, so in first place yesterday, we had Hubert Tanaya. Congratulations, Hubert. Being able to go 9-0 is an extremely impressive feat, and as such, we've decided to feature him on the stream match today. So round one, we will have the first versus 16th seed, UP Luffy versus GP. Let's get right onto that table. So we saw this matchup yesterday. Kevin, what is your initial thoughts on how this is going to go?
Very much Hubert is the highest. He does have I would say a distinct advantage going into this game. Generally, you do want to go first in this matchup. Trying to hit the ramp immediately, get into that end game state as you do as blue-purple before the green-purple can flood the board, get these monster attacks out, and start swinging for 7, 8, multiple times a turn, and still have a Don to progress the board state. So I think Hubert will be looking to get these Rem cards out, get the Zoro on 3 if he runs it in his list, and then quickly get up to that 8 Don breakpoint, start looking at his cards, and then can slowly stabilize the game from there. One of the key points is we probably won't see him swinging it all into the green-purple Luffy at all throughout the game. Just a bit of a starve strat. Just go, okay, whatever you get off of your searches and whatever you get off this initial draw is all you're playing the game with until I have a board established.
For sure. And we did see Nick on stream yesterday being able to very masterfully use GP Luffy as well as all of his resources to maintain a hand size even when he was getting starved yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he's able to adapt to UP Luffy, which uses a similar starve strategy, but is able to play a lot bigger bodies than the Lucci game we had on stream.
Yeah, 100%. We do see here from Nicholas's initial hand, doesn't seem to have much going, just a couple counters, a couple searches, but off that first search, he did find one of the key pieces, which is this Sanji pudding. Being able to get that down and then being able to hopefully go either back-to-back with more searches, like the Zoro Jury he's now searching, or even the Rush Luffy the turn after. These are all the key pieces he needs to find over the next couple of turns to have a chance at successfully pushing through the wall that is blue-purple Luffy once it gets going.
For sure. We do see Hubert come down with the Ramp Zojura, and as we expected, Hubert deciding that starving is the best way to play this matchup. He doesn't want to give Nick any extra cards in hand to be able to defend his board in the mid-game. Zojura getting dropped down, looking at the top 5 cards of the deck for that Sanji and Pudding.
Yep, so we do see it. We'll most likely see him grabbing the Sanji Pudding here, unless he wants to potentially grab the Zoro, another Zoro Juru, just go, okay, well, next time I go Sanji Pudding, get on my Dom back. I'll get the 3 Dom back, so I won't have enough to play another Zoro Juru, but maybe I just need more searches to find more cards throughout the turns. So we do see the second Sanji Pudding grabbed. Generally, with no stage on the field, it's actually very easy for blue-purple to remove that via the Big Mum or the God Thread. So grabbing a second one is always good in this case. If you have the stage up, maybe you go, oh, I don't need the second one quite yet. But in this case, definitely just playing on the safer side of I want these guaranteed. I want the power that is my deck to be online. And we do see Hubert here coming through with the Bond Clay, ramping 1 active, using those 3 Don to then ramp again with Gear 2, paying 3 for that. And he is now already at 8 Don. So 8 Don on turn 3. Going into his next turn, he will now get that leader effect and can start filtering his deck and drawing 2 cards a turn.
For sure, and this is like the insane part about Blue-Purple Luffy, right? This is what everyone's talking about, the high roll potential behind it. Being able to triple ramp as Hubert has done, getting that super early Sanji combo. If Hubert has that Katakuri in his top 5 cards as well as the Sanji in his hand, he is in a very comfortable position for the remainder of this game. And that's amazing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That just kind of shows what Triple Ramp can do, as well as he's now starting to draw 2 cards a turn for the rest of the game. Nicholas still playing on curve, finding that Sanji pudding, playing it down, using his leader effect to essentially have a bunch of Don in active. being 3 this turn.
Yep, so we do see the first leader effect coming. The 6K base is nice, kind of to match that blue purple Luffy's leader. So we will see the pokes start coming through. The Zorojiro will most likely be removed, probably from the other Zorojiro on board. We will see the most likely efficient trades coming through, and just most likely. It'd be interesting to see what he does with the main Don. Whether he leaves some up for defense, wanting to defend the board if he has the gun in hand, or probably just either play the Nico Robin or for ramping, or just playing a couple more searches, just saying, I need to filter my hand a little bit more, try and find these like backup plays for next turn.
For sure, and one of the big tough choices that Nick has to make is where am I swinging? Swing 4 into the Zorojiro with the Nami, basically saying I have to clear this Zorojiro, because if I don't, Hubert's able to play Sanji plus 9 cost Big Mom and then get that extra Don back from the Zorojiro, so he still has 10 Don, which means after Gum Gum Giant, he's able to stay on 8 for his leader effect. But Nick also wants to get the swings into leader to get cards out of Hubert's hand, so he didn't want to sacrifice one of his 6K swings into the 4K body.
Yep, so we do see the first 6 cost Luffy added into Nicholas's hand. He didn't have it before. It's huge. I think it's very, very fortunately found that off the top deck, but he has a lot of options next turn. He can go Luffy Taro into the second Sanji Pudding. If this one doesn't get removed, he then has 2 on board. Effectively, leader effect becomes free at that point every turn, and you get to play with 4 extra Don, which is huge, especially into this blue-purple deck where you need all of this Don pressure you can apply to their leader as they start to just sculpt and build this massive hand. And it was an interesting point that the Zorojiro was not swung this turn by Nicholas into Hubert. Just saying, I don't think the 1K count I'm going to get out of your hand is worth losing this long-term body on the board. I'd rather keep this on there and put some pressure behind it and just go wide and force you to either swing into my Nami and clear it, or swing into my life if you really want to start attacking somewhere.
All right, we see this first Charlotte Linlin come down, help being able to stabilize for Hubert, removing the Zorojiro and going up to 4 life, which is kind of insane for a blue-purple Luffy to already be on such high life.
Yeah, correct. So because he did not have the category out, he is back down to 9 Don. So if he does use the Gum Gum Giant this turn, he will go down to 7 and lose that leader effect to the side of next turn. But by being a 4 life and looking at Nicholas' board, he goes, even if you swing twice, I'm going to take both hits, comfortably go back down to 2, and then still have my leader effect and be in a great position from there. Keeping the 1-up as an insurance policy against some kind of rush Luffy coming down is always great. We do see the Luffy Taro come down, most likely the second Sanji Pudding, and then this will start the... Essentially, both decks have now established what they want in the game. Hubert was able to reach this endgame state, start drawing really quickly off the triple ram, and now Nicholas has these 2 Sanji Puddings out, effectively untapping 4 Don every turn for no cost, meaning I get to either swing with more Don every turn, or I get to play a Zorojiro out for free every turn, effectively. So I think this is shaping up to be a very interesting game where both decks have effectively gotten to do what they want, and we can see the full true power matchup of these 2 decks now.
Yeah, for sure. It will be really cool to see. However, this is definitely a matchup where GP Luffy has to take the aggression, so it will be interesting to see whether Nick has a way to circumnavigate the stabilization Hubert has already seen, or whether this 9-cost Big Mom is kind of all Hubert has, because he only has 3 cards in hand, and that's not very many. Obviously, he has no cards in rest mode, so it's not like Nicholas can kind of punish that by swinging into bodies to make it smaller, but it is still something worthy to know. It might mean he does not have many big bodies left.
Yeah. It is interesting to see that he is deciding to swing with this Sanji Pudding here, saying, well, my hand is actually at a decent size now. And I'm happy to defend this Sanji Pudding. I just need to start putting pressure on. I'm never going to really win the game from this point.
And that's a gravity blade trigger from life. Being able to bottom deck one of your opponents a 5 or less. Nick wanting to go, all right, I'm going to protect the active one because the other ones are going to be swung into. But Hubert, who was able to stack his life with his leader effect last turn, choosing to put that grav blade into life to be able to remove a Sanji Pudding, which is a very heads-up play, and probably one of the reasons he played 9-man. For all we know, he had that Katakuri in hand, but Hubert thinking ahead going, you know what, this 9-man's actually 2 removal because I get to put that Grav Blade into life.
Yeah, 100%. So did see very smart from Nicholas here to do buff the one that wasn't going to swing, saying that, okay, at least this one should be safe from all kinds of removal now, because you kind of expect the one in rest mode to get swung into. You're going to lose it anyway. Might as well give the protection to the one that won't be able to be swung into. So if we didn't see that effect come through, we could definitely, the active one would have been bombed as well, and Nicholas would have been in a very rough position from there. So I think sequencing his turn correctly has definitely still kept him in this, even with the Hubert able to stack that trigger into his life.
For sure. And if you look at it one way, Hubert still doesn't want to swing at life, right? So that Sanji Pudding may have actually been a really nice target just to swing into.
Yeah, 100%. It is. Yeah. Yeah, you make a very good point. We do see here just Hubert thinking about the top 5 stacking, what he wants to grab, how he wants to stack the rest of it, and where it's going to go, whether it goes to the top or the bottom. It is a very good feeling when your opponent, blue purple, does bottom deck your cards. You know, it means they're going blind, and it gives you a good feeling of, okay, I have a chance when they don't know what's coming next.
For sure, Hubert deciding to play down this 8-cost Katakuri that we talked about being such a useful card. And the big thing is because Hubert's hand is so small, being able to block a swing to keep his hand size, like get a free block off, is super valuable, but he has to be super smart about when to use it. If he uses it too early in his turn, Nicholas is just going to use that as an opportunity to rip Hubert's hand down to shreds by swinging into it with the rest of his board.
Yeah, 100%. You always have to be worried about Gamma Knife. A lot of this is an open deck list format. You understand, okay, my opponent's running Gamma Knife. There's always a chance if I rest something, it becomes an easy target for Gamma Knife. Swing in for even with the Nami, it's just like, okay, I can now poke, and it's just always going to affect, like, removing something that large for such little investment just feels huge, because then everything else just becomes harder from there for you. So it will be interesting to see at what point Hubert does choose to block and which attack does comes through. I most likely expect to see Nicholas playing the Secret Rare this turn, just going, okay, you have 3 cards in hand. I've got a decent enough board where I think this is the turn I can start pushing through some damage and forcing you to have cards in your hand that can help you out from the situation. Because if Hubert just only has 3 cards in hand, it could just be minimal counter, and his stack could just be not that great for this turn. You just have to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the really cool things about this position is that 6-cost Secret Rare Luffy takes a life. And when you kind of get starved, you're super happy to take that life off the Luffy to restand it, right? It's not like a negative thing, which it is against most matchups. So it'll be very interesting to see if Nicholas does decide to play it down. Hubert taking the life, going down to 2 life and 4 cards in hand. As we said, not wanting to get that free block off with Katakuri because it just means it will most likely be removed, even if Nicholas doesn't have the Gamma Knife. Simply swinging like 10 into it with Luffy Taro, maybe 10 into it with Leader, is going to rip that hand to shred or force Hubert to lose the Katakuri.
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the Sanji Pudding coming down instead. We still could see this Luffy this turn, just with Leader effect being able to untap 4, effectively going from this 4 back up to 8. We can actually see the full effect still coming through. Do see the poke coming through first. Just Hubert Nicholas wanting to draw the card first off of that Sanji Pudding, see if it changed any of his lines. But still just poking through, wanting to get these cards out of hand, at least forcing the cycle of this Gum Gum Giant out. Because eventually they will run out. If you can keep on putting the pressure on, but you can only run 4 copies of a card in a deck, eventually the Gum Gum Giants all have to be gone, and then everything becomes a lot easier.
For sure. And one of the really cool things that we see Nicholas do, and what he is very, very good at, is being able to play GP Luffy on such high Don amounts. He really loves this 3-cost Frankie that is able to get him essentially 2 Don. 1 when he plays it and 1 when attacking, which if it's not a target to be removed by Hubert, because obviously the Sanji Pudding is a much greater threat as well as the Luffy Taros, that's an extra Don that Nick gets back every turn. So when he Don minuses with Leader, he doesn't get punished. And we see that Gamma Knife go down, being able to minus that Katakuri. And now we get to see the Frankie swing into the Katakuri, giving us that extra Don.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we do see the punish of this early block. Huber going, okay, well, this is your last big attack in my lead for this turn. You got a lot done. I'm expecting you to kind of just like replenish your board, maybe refill your hand. So I'm going to block and be like, okay, it's fine. And so we do see the Gamma Knife come down, minusing the power of that. And we do see the Luffy come down as well, gaining with that rush, allowing to swing 7k into the 4k of the Katakuri. It does go down.
For sure, and Hubert not having a Katakuri means his Gum Gum Giants for the rest of the game are a lot more costly because you don't get the leader draw, which is something crazy to think about. If Hubert leaves enough Don open, he can do something like Gum Gum Giant alongside Thunder Bagua to go back up to the right amount of Don, but it is a difficult thing to do because you want to be playing bodies. He wants to be playing the Sanji, he wants to be playing more Katakuris out, he wants to be playing more Big Mums out to heal Nick with a really wide board, doing a really good job at applying the right amount of pressure. And he still has 6 cards in hand.
That's crazy.
That's the crazy thing we saw about him in the Lucci matchup, is his hand size was always big, and he still has 5 life, right?
Yes.
He's gained a life, right?
Yeah.
And he hasn't had any of those, access to any of those cards. You start with 5 cards in hand. He has 6 after playing a bunch. He's drawn cards somehow, like gone plus in hand size, which is crazy to think about when you still have to play cards down.
Yeah, for sure, that's crazy. We will see Hubert did hit the OG combo of this deck. We will probably see the Sanji into Linlin this turn, stacking that Linlin in the second from the top. So grabbing the Sanji, stacking a card you want to draw for turn on top, and then making sure the next card of the deck is that Linlin. So we will see 2 more big bodies come down on Hubert's side, plus that gaining of life, and potentially putting either the Sanji pudding or the Luffy into life. It'd be an interesting choice. I think neither of them feel great from Hubert's perspective. You're like, I don't want you to have like effectively a free leader effect, but I also don't want you to have this Luffy which could potentially swing into me and like win you the game next turn. So yeah, we do see the choice of the Luffy going to life, saying, okay, sure, if you've still got this Don, I'm going to force you to have another one, essentially. If you have the second one, it's not going to be a fun position for me, but at least you have to have it, and you don't already have it on board, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. 2 Sanji puddings sticking around is pretty insane because both of them get a Don back each. So Nick is working with 14 Don this turn.
Yes.
Right, we're meant to be playing the game with 10 Don, but Nick's like, nah, I want a couple extra Don, using lead effect, using the Sanji pudding, getting a couple cards. We see the Amerigo come down just to cycle through. Nick not wanting dead cards in hand. He knows he needs to have counter in his hand. He knows he needs to keep developing bodies. Looks like we see another 6-cost Luffy in those top 5, eyeing it off very seriously, going, is this the turn I want to apply pressure? Because worst case, I get the Gum Gum Giant out of Hubert's hand, and he doesn't get to stack his deck next turn, which is a pretty strong play, and it looks like what Nick wants to go for. Hubert does have the potential, though, to still be able to Gum Gum Giant and go back to 8 Don at the start of his next turn, because a lot of these purple cards, like Thunder Bagua, like God Thread, have a really nice trigger, which just says, get a Don. So if Hubert was able to stack something like this Thunder Bagua to the top card of his life, he's able to then manipulate that to become a draw at the start of his next turn.
Yeah, 100%. We did see that in the top 5. I wasn't sure where that ended up in the deck, so it'll be interesting to see where that is in the stack. We do see the leader effect come through from Nicholas here, just making his leader a 6k, wanting to get that full effect out before he thinks about where he wants to attach this Don. Might as well just use the effect now and then be able to think through all the lines.
For sure. He probably wants to swing a couple of small ones first and then get a couple of big Luffy swings towards the end. His hand is pretty small, only 3 cards, so getting that life back is actually a bonus, right? It is something he wants to do, right? So he wants to use leader effect, sorry, not leader effect. He wants to use the Secret Res Luffy effect this turn, but he also has 2 Gum Gum Giants in hand, so he probably wants to leave a couple Don active so he can protect 1 or 2 bodies from Hubert's massive board of attacks.
Yeah, 100%. In this specific scenario, I think when you're facing any kind of purple Luffy deck where they have Don open for this Gum Gum, and they have a smaller hand size. You always want to poke smaller with these cards first, because generally, if they have a small hand size, they're probably going to want to take a couple life just to make sure that what they discard off this Gum Gum Giant is actually a dead card or something they don't need. So they're more likely to take the first hits anyway. So it's like, well, if they're going to take it, I might as well just push my small attacks at first. Yes, you're giving them more options, but they're guaranteed hits for these like small don investments, and then you can make these other attacks larger.
For sure. As you can see that Nick kind of forgot 2 Don to the side for his Luffy effect, seeing if he wants to minus 2 Don. Yeah. Yep. So he's using that effect, returning them to the Don deck, taking the life to re-stand this 6-cost Luffy. Hubert taking the life, no trigger, so we don't see some Thunder Bagua shenanigans off of the stack. However, there is still two random life. We have no clue what they
Yep.
are. So it could still happen. We don't know. Hubert doesn't know. Nick doesn't know. We'll find out soon, though.
Yes. So yeah, I expected to see a lot more 8 swings coming through. The threat is if I go all out here and turn all my cards sideways, all Hubert's doing next turn is swinging into my board, and I have to be sure that I can keep enough alive to then end the game the turn after. So it's very much a game of chicken right now. Of what am I swinging with? How many times do I really want to swing? Is this Luffy actually just worth to keep in active mode? Because if I use this merry-go, it's not being removed unless he finds the one of, or if he finds a red rock to remove it, then he can. But then he's not doing anything else for turn. He's using most of his Don. He's not playing another big body out, so I'm actually kind of okay with that. But we do see the second swing coming through, just put on the pressure going, okay, you eventually have to give me cards. If you use Gum Gum Giant, you're not using leader effect next turn and putting him in the awkward position of what's more important to you, going down to 0 life and being able to use leader effect, or you stay at 1 life and kind of just drawing 1 card for turn and becoming a vanilla lead for a turn, essentially.
For sure. Hubert taking the life. I think he knows he needs that Gum Gum Giant to... he needs that 8 Don to do much next turn. We see just the gear to come down, which gives a plus 3k. So Hubert going, no, I'm not able to minus Don this turn. I'll counter out of these 2 8k swings and use my leader effect to look at top 5 to try get some more counter, or ideally probably another 9 mum. Nick not protecting anything with Merry-Go. Bit surprising he doesn't want to protect his 6-cost Rush Luffy here. Maybe just a small thing that he forgot to do. However, I think at the end of the day, Nick kind of knows I can only protect through 1 swing, which means whichever card Hubert wants to attack into is definitely dying, and it's no point protecting a Sanji Pudding because he can just 9-mum the other Sanji Pudding.
Yeah.
So Nick probably going, look, there's not much actual reason to do this, so I'm just not going to do it. Hubert, however, may have the chance to punish with a Grav Blade, but also if you're still on 0... If Hubert's on 0 life, he probably just loses.
Yeah, correct. At this point, he's at the Nicholas series at 10 Don, which is kind of weird enough for this GP deck. Doesn't often operate at this 10 Don level, but he will make it. They go back down to 8 after this Gum Gum Giant, go back up to 8 the next turn.
Drawing 2 Gum Gum Giants off his Gum Gum Giant. I mean, look, it's kind of fine. Nick obviously wanting to protect some bodies this turn, and being able to do so. He does have a 2 and a 1. He did pretty much have to draw exactly a 2 and a 1 off that Gum Gum Giant to be able to protect 2 bodies. So it doesn't change too much at the end of the day. It just gives Nick more options at the for the next couple of turns. But I'm sure he wanted to keep that Usohachi in his hand in case a Nami blocker comes down.
Yeah, 100%. So might as well, if you're going to defend 1, you might as well just defend the first one. Essentially, you're saying, okay, this is like a blocker for all of my cards, but if you really want to do this one, I might as well defend this one, and then you're just always going to keep on attacking it. So it will be interesting to see if a big guard does come out. Effectively, your board's kind of safe. If you wants to play a 9-cost, and it isn't a Lin, it's very scary to then try and swing this Luffy into any cards on the board.
For sure, we see another 9k swing come down. Hubert has 7 Don remaining. It looks like we are going to probably see a 5-cost Nami blocker come down. Nick theoretically can punish the player with an Usohachi, but because he didn't draw any 2Ks off of the Gum Gum Giant, or even for that fact 2 1Ks, he was unable to hold it in hand to go for game this turn. That being said, he could still top deck one. I don't think we saw many of them in the discard pile. There's a heap of searches in the deck for GP, so there are a bunch of different options Nick has, but he could also just swing with all his cards, and maybe that's still close to enough.
Yeah, correct. So Hubert having a bottom deck 2 dead cards there was a Narcos Mihawk and something else I didn't catch. But essentially, just trying to filter his hand out, just trying to get as much counter as he can right now. Still has one big bomb in hand, has a couple Gum Gums. If he does have to use both of his Don for these Gum Gum Giants, it will mean he won't get to use lead effect. But if he has a Gear 2 and a Gum Gum, that's perfect. He goes down to that 8 and then still gets the full effect. I think Hubert's kind of just in the survival mode of, if I survive the next couple turns, if I survive this turn and play a Big Mum, I'm probably back in the driver's seat of this game, and I can then slowly start chipping away Nick's life, and probably look at winning the game in 2 to 3 turns.
Yeah, for sure. And that big one you're talking about is in Hubert's hand. So he has the ability to go for it going into his next turn. So Nick thinking, maybe I could, if I've got another body in hand, I don't know what he drew for turn. He drew Luffy Taro. It's not a body that's really going to be super valuable. There's a potential for Nick going, I'm just going to play one body, use my lead effect, get a bunch of Don back and bash everything with my leader, leave everything inactive and go for game next turn, hopefully forcing the Nami blocker out. But there's also a decent enough chance that that won't be enough to end this game into the next turn if Hubert has any sort of other blocker, any sort of 9 Mum, and he's got another top 5 cards to look at to find those cards if they aren't in his hand at the moment. So Nick probably going, that's not really an option. This is probably it. I probably have to go for game now. Probably a little bit annoyed that he didn't get those counter off the Gum Gum Giant, but I guess it's pretty likely considering GP Luffy is one of the decks with the highest amount of non-counter cards. You have the 4 Sanji Puddings, you normally have like 3 Luffy Taros, 3 Secret Rares, we're already up to 10, 4 Marigos, 14, 4 Zoro Juros, up to 18, as well as Gum Gum Giants themselves, up to 22. Any extra events like Radio Knife, Gamma Knife, Electric Luna. A lot of the times, half of these GP decks can be no counter cards. Oh, and I didn't even mention the 1-cost searcher event. So I think Nick is probably, like, just looking at all the cards he's running, he's probably running more than 50% of no counter cards, which is kind of crazy to think about how he always has a decent amount of counter, because he's so good at making sure he uses all the non-counter searcher effects first before even playing cards like Nami.
Yeah, 100%. It's very... It's a very interesting to see. I'm learning a lot watching this and seeing how you can just kind of navigate these hands and what the decisions are, what to keep and what cards to play. I've definitely watching all these searches come down where in spots you kind of normally would just go, I'm just going to swing and put some more damage behind me. It's like Nicholas knows it's not really worth it. The searching is way more beneficial to my long-term game plan. And so I think it's been great. So we do see the Luffy Taro coming down, just going, okay, I'm just going to use some of this Don. My leader is kind of useless if I haven't used the Don for the turn. So I might as well just do that first. It's just a 7-cost 8K vanilla. Feels very rough. But it also just threatens another body next turn. So I was like, you don't want to turn, or if you want to turn all your bodies sideways, you always need something active just so you don't always, just so a blocker plus clearing your board doesn't kind of end your turn on the clapback.
For sure. Very interesting what Nick did there. I haven't no clue what the reasoning is, but I'm sure there's something I'm not thinking about. He used Luffy Taro's at Don -1 to get an extra Don into his Don deck, and then use leader effect to Don -2 again. So he chose to have 1 extra card in his Don deck instead of having 9 Don. He wanted to have 8 Don. I'm not sure what the reasoning for it was, but very curious to ask after the game. I'm sure there is, like, maybe the Marigo was a consideration depending on what Hubert did. Maybe there's other cards that have, if you have it less on your opponent, going for a Sanji Pudding next turn if he draws it into it, stuff like that to get the draw is things that Nick is probably thinking about. We're swinging 7 into the Sanji Pudding. Nick just going, you know what, I'm not defending this board. I'm going to lose it all if I do.
Yep.
He doesn't have enough swings to go for game, so I'm just going to take pretty much all of these 9. I'll take 9. He's got no more swings. If I survive, I can probably survive 1 more turn, so we'll just have to see how it goes. Hubert playing another Nami, 4-5, leaving 4 Don open for defense. And it's not just Gum Gum Giants he can use, even though Hubert just drew into one. It's Gum Gum Giants, it's Thunder Bagua, and it's Gear 2. The deck in total normally runs about 11 counter events, which means in situations like this, once you already have that big board established, sometimes you just slam Nami, leave a heaps of Don open, and tell your opponent, sure, I have no life. Sure, you can theoretically Uso Hachi me, but also you're not killing me.
Yeah, 100%. I've talked to a lot of these top players yesterday. Coming from my experience with the Blue Purple deck, I thought it was kind of like, oh, well, just slam more big bodies, win the game. But it turns out you don't really need this breakpoint of like 3, maybe 4 of these bodies. And it's actually more effective to go, okay, I play a blocker every turn. I then use the Don I don't need or I don't need to threaten to just swing bigger numbers into either their board or just start pushing to life. And go, okay, just try and win. I'm just searching for counter now. We don't need these big bodies anymore. They're not removing any of my bodies, so it's actually greedy to try and get a full board of 5Ks of blockers. Because then if you do need to play a block, you're like, oh, I now have to replace one of these 9 costs. And there's always that threat of like losing the game to some rush play. So very, very heads up to go, okay, I'm not going to be greedy. I've got the 3. This was enough to help me win the game over 2 to 3 turns. I'm just going to play a Nami, filter my hand, get all this counter to survive, and then just go, okay, you have to show me something. Otherwise, you're on a clock now. I've established the end game that I am happy with, and you have to do something about it.
For sure, we did see Nicholas top deck that Uso Hachi, so now he has the decision to make. Am I going for another turn? Am I trying my best to defend here, which he definitely can do with that double Gum Gum Giant in hand plus 2 2Ks? Or is he going, you know what, even if I do defend this board, I'm not killing him next turn, so I just got to slam the Uso Hachi. Using the merry-go kind of seems like he wants to go for the defense route or trying to like get another body. Maybe he was really hoping to get a Gear 2 Luffy down to be able to swing multiple times, which probably was exactly what he was looking for. However, unable to find it. So now he has to think, is the Uso Hachi worth it? Seems like he's separating his Don. Got 3 there at the bottom. Probably heavily considering the Uso Hachi, potentially also heavily considering that Sanji down as a blocker, maybe just bashing big with leader. It is quite a tough spot to be in. He is most likely surviving Hubert's next turn, but that's it, right? The game's over if Hubert gets 2 more turns. So Nicholas having to go, how can I win this game over the next 2 turns?
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the blocker come down because he does have 2 less Don than his opponent. It is now a 3 cost. I think he just also wants to use some of this Don before the leader effect, being able to -2 restand 2. So you do need the 4 active, but like essentially you need to use 4 Don before you can use your leader effect to its full potential. So just playing this out, going, okay, well, I needed to play the merry-go anyway. I wanted to use it, and so effectively it's like, okay, well, I might as well use the other 3, use leader effect, and then have a little bit of defense. So now I can probably go more aggressive, leave the 1 or 2 up for the Gum Gum Giant, and go, I've got an insurance policy of I shouldn't die next turn now, hopefully.
For sure. We see the Gum Gum Giant come down. Hubert very happy he has another one, able to draw 2 more cards, one of them being Nami, so at least he's got that extra 1K. Going, all right, well, that Nami is there. He's probably not dying to what can I do, a 8K swing on leader if I Uso Hachi, so I'm just going to attach 4 Don, or 5, is that 4 Don, and swing 10. We'll see the block come down from the Nami. Hubert going, all right, let me draw another 2 cards to start this turn. There is another Big Mom in there. There is a Sanji. He might go for a Sanji Big Mom line just to get 2 more bodies. Not like super ideal in terms of how many cards.
No, I think we could potentially see a bottom deck here if he doesn't think that I don't need these bodies anymore. And so we do see the bottom deck come out. Just going, I'd rather just kind of like blind draw and hopefully get more counter and just play this Nami from my hand and go, okay, I'm going to do something I've done every turn. I'm going to poke into your rest of my characters. The rest will go into your leader now, trying to slowly end the game. And then from there, I'm going to go Nami, filter out, draw 3 fresh cards, put 2 dead cards to the bottom and go do something again.
Yeah, going to be completely honest, I forgot he drew the Nami off the Gum Gum Giant last turn. I was kind of thinking maybe he needs his 9-mum to heal and not just die to like a, 15, 16K all in. But even then, looking at Hubert's hand, he might get out of that.
Yeah,
he might get out of just a big swing, everything on one character. We see the 10K swing come down. I assume it's into Luffy Taro. Yep, Luffy Taro goes down. 9K swing into life. Another 9 to come following this. We might see the Gum Gum Giant come down if Nick wants to try and survive another 2 turns, but he's like, nah, it's not happening. Maybe if he swings one more time, I get that gear 2 and I can try for it, but no, Hubert's like, nah, I swung 1 into the Luffy Taro for a reason. I'm not letting you get that gear 2 back. Hubert going to bot deck 2 cards, or top deck 2 cards. Top deck's the Naimum. He's super certain he is going to live. He was more than happy to put a dead card on top to draw off of a gear 2, which is kind of crazy to think about. But I guess he didn't want to get rid of his last 9 because we saw him bottom deck the other ones just in case he needs to survive another turn.
Yeah, for sure. I also think there's kind of like a strategy of I want to guarantee grab a card off of my top deck 5 search as well. When you go through a lot of your deck, you can kind of get to the point where it's like, oh, a lot of the cards, there is a chance I actually whiff off the top 5 search because you can only grab these Straw Hat Crew cards. So there is a potentially he's went, okay, I'm going to put this Big Mom, which I don't mind if this is my option, this is my option, plus a card that is searchable back on the top and go, at least I guarantee can grab something, which I can then discard later on if I need from either another Nami or something else. Just guaranteeing that top 5 so you don't whiff. I think whiffing is kind of like the worst thing this deck can do. And then you kind of just bottom deck and go, okay, I pray I draw into something now.
For sure. Nick probably looking at this board state going, I have the Robin, so I probably have a decent chance of surviving another turn if I really want to, because Blue Purple Luffy doesn't have much answer to chump blockers at the moment. Hubert potentially running that one of Nami promo, which is able to bounce a 3 or less, so that could be cool to see come down potentially, but we'll wait to see what happens and whether Nicholas does end up playing the Nico Robin as well this turn, or whether he wants to go for something like a Sanji so it can't be rested by an opposing Uso Hachi.
Yeah, so we do see the minus come, the Merigo go into rest mode, just making it 6k. We'll be swinging for 8k, so yeah, another Gum Gum Giant discarding the God Thread.
And just drawing the 2 cards we put back on top. So Hubert must be happy with it, and that's just a pass coming down from Nicholas looking at top 5. Looks like he sees potentially both the Nami and the Uso Hachi, going for the Uso Hachi, which can't rest anything. The Nami can't pick anything, can't bounce anything either. So we see this come down, the draw for turn. That Nami blocker survived though, so Hubert may be going, you know what, maybe I can go for game here. I'm just going to swing my 9s.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to be honest. You might as well, there's no point starving you already at this point where it's like, okay, we'll just swing. So discarding another Gum Gum Giant off that Gum Gum Giant, not leaving the 2 up, needing the full Don to then take advantage of. Maybe could potentially swung for 7 instead of the 8 with the leader, potentially just to keep that second one up. But maybe going, well, if I have to use both, I'm losing the game anyway because I just don't have enough Don to attach to win. So coming through with that, defending that, blocking that one, and we see the 2 life left. And it's kind of put you in a spot of like, yeah, okay, go for it. Go if you swing that blocker, you don't win the game. Can you survive now, like on the swing back? So always the mental games of you kind of either have to go for it or not.
Hubert's probably looking at his hand, which looks like a literal book going, I can survive. Right? You're not killing me. Like, you can have all the counter world, you can survive this turn, but with the amount of Don you have, you're not surviving. And we see the 11k from the Nami come down, and Hubert is able to get the game 1 victory. Congratulations. We will get into game 2 very quickly.
Yeah, sure. So what do we learn from that game, Max?
Look, I think if Blue Purple Luffy is able to survive, it gets quite rough. We might try get these players' deck lists up on the stream while they shuffle up and get ready for game 2. Hubert with a couple of spicy one-offs in those 2k lines, looking at that one cost Nami. See if that comes up in game 2 to bounce a blocker.
Yeah, 100%. The one cost Nami being a 2k is like you can just kind of include any of these 2Ks for fun in the deck. As long as it's searchable and it's blue and purple, why not? You can put whatever mix you like in there. So we do see the 1 cost Nami come in. If you have 3 or less cards in hand, then you can bounce a 3 or less to your opponent's hand.
Which honestly won't come up too much, but it's a cool one of to include. We see that one of Drakekill Mihawk as well being able to bottom deck a Sanji pudding if it has been protected, which is really cool. See all the different Ram cards in Gear 2, God Thread, Bond Clay, and Zorojuro, as well as Thunder Bagua against really aggressive decks. Hubert only running 2 Sanji 2K blockers, 1 Frankie and 1 Nami are the other 2Ks he's running, so 8 in total. Having a quick look at Nick's deck as well. See, GP Luffy is quite a standard deck, and it'll be interesting to see how many of those are dead cards that we did do. But we might look at that if we get into a Game 3, because these players are ready and rolling for Game 2 with Hubert winning Game 1. Nick gets to decide whether to go first or second, and he has obviously chosen first because what happened last game, that triple ramp, that is scary for anyone to deal with on the best of days. Imagine dealing with it in Top Cut, playing for that serial ace, playing for that top 8 Sanji. Incredibly beautiful looking cards that both these players most definitely want.
No turn 1 play again from Nicholas there. Always very rough. No field, no searches, just passing on. Like, you, as the GP player, you just really need to be doing something every turn just to start building up this board and start building up this pressure. So instead of playing the Frankie, we do see this 8K swing come through, saying, no, this tempo of getting the Don is not worth it. I just need to put pressure on early. Well, I let you have time last game, and I'm just not going to let that happen this time.
For sure. Hubert thinking whether to take this trigger. Is this one of the purple triggers that we were talking about? And he's just doing the math. If I do this, do I get to 8 on like a turn earlier? He's just thinking, all right, if I do this, he must have a couple ramp cards in hand to be thinking this seriously about it. He's just making sure that this is not the reason he screws up, going, all right, am I able to get enough, or do I get punished for going for ramp instead of playing something like a Nami blocker on a later turn? Or is he just going to slam a Nami blocker now because this trigger is ramping, but he's deciding not to take? He's like, nope, we'll stick the course, we'll do what is optimal. And Hubert probably playing a ramp card, playing that gear to...
Yeah, we did see it was the Thunderbug he was considering on having that ramping effect. It is very powerful, though, to have that in hand, especially against what isn't really considered an aggro deck, but if you do have a chance to keep that 2 open, maybe on the next turn when you're on that 7 Don, you're in that awkward spot where maybe it's like, okay, I have 5 for Nami, and I leave 2 open and just go, okay, I'm going to ramp again anyway, get up to that 8, and you kind of go, well, I can't swing now as GP, because if you go to 8, I'm activating your effect. So it's actually, I think it's a very heads-up play. Hubert doing the math of like, no, if I do this turn, if I do my next 7 Don turn this way, it actually just stops Nicholas' turn altogether, or he plays into what I want to do.
Yeah, for sure. He pretty much goes, all right. Oh, we see the God Thread come down. This is one of the really good cards in this matchup for the UP or Luffy playing, being able to KO a 5 or less. Nicholas is probably kind of happy sitting back right now going, thank God I played a card that replaced itself instead of playing this Sanji Pudding, because if my Sanji Pudding got removed, I'd be in a bit of trouble looking at which cards I have left to play. But we do see the 7-cost Luffy Taro come down. Obviously, this is one of the better purple cards that has seen purple Luffy do really well in the past, and now is being played in green-purple to develop a board quite early against UP. And the great thing about this matchup with Sanji Pudding is because UP ramps, that Sanji Pudding pretty much always drawing you that card, which is cool to see. We see lead effect come down. We have 3 Don in active mode. The absolute high roll for GP would be Sanji Pudding into Luffy Taro, Sanji Pudding into Zoro Juro, which is kind of crazy to see. However, Hubert would have stopped that anyway with the God Thread.
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the Marigo come down, just cycling that card out. We'll probably most likely see the protection for that Sanji Pudding, just meaning that he will, that it should, most of the time this is going to stick. Blue Purple got a 10 Don. They generally want to play Kata first before, although saying that Hubert didn't need last game, he was like, oh, it's fine, I'll get there without it. So we do see the Thunderbug ramping 1 in rest mode when used because he's at 2 or less life. So this does allow him, I think he just wanted to use it to counter out to stay at half life. Like, I think it was more, well, you give me an option for God Thread, I will just use God Thread at this point. If I didn't need to use the God Thread, then I have a backup ramp where I don't have to extend using this God Thread now.
For sure, these top 5 cards don't look too pretty for Hubert. He has a 9-1, he has the Gum Gum Giant, he has a 2K, but we don't see any Sanji, so he has to have that 9-cost Sanji in hand if he wants that super early wide board, and he doesn't have the ultimate high roll of that 9-cost Mihawk. That would have been really cool to see it come down this early, just to remove that Sanji pudding on curve, and Nicholas would have been in a real rough spot if that came down. But he also doesn't have the Katakuri in those top 5 cards, which means if he doesn't have Katakuri in hand, he's not playing it. We see the bottom deck come down. Hubert has something in his hand he is willing to play, which is always nice to see. We see this Katakuri come down, which we showcased so many times on stream yesterday, and is the premier purple card at the moment. Blocker, end of turn, get a Don, restand itself, plus another Big Mom Pirates card. I don't know what more you want as a deck that likes to Don -3 pretty much over your turn and your opponent's turn quite consistently. Being able to get that 1 Don, it just makes your leader effect live all the time. And you just never have to worry. You never have to think, oh, is it worth it here to not leader effect? Is it not worth it here to leader effect? You just don't have to worry about that because Katakuri does it all for you. We see Luffy Taro coming down, play the Frankie. Pretty much means that Frankie got played for free because it replaced the Don that Luffy Taro minus, which is really cool. See the Sanji, the leader effect, untapping 2, Sanji pudding, ramping that 1 Don back. Nick has quite a wide board and is definitely going to turn these cards sideways because there is no way for Hubert to punish, considering he only has 2 swings, and one of them is the leader, which is not big enough to swing into any of these bodies without Don investment, which Hubert just can't give this early on because he needs to play more big bodies.
Yeah, 100%. It's very heads up to go, okay, theoretically, yes, you can clear my stuff, but you're not going to. I understand your game plan well enough, you say in mine, that if you deviate from the game plan at this point, it's actually, there's a big enough detriment where I don't mind that you've cleared my board. You're actually hurting yourself by trying to think that you can do these things now. So we do see the Gum Gum Giant come down, just discarding, saying I don't need the second kata, I can just draw some cards. Hoping to draw into some random cards that are useful. Taking the next life from the 7 hit, maybe an indication of, oh, maybe there aren't too many 2Ks, or I was maybe worried about the Gamma Knife again. So respecting the 2 open Don, going, I can't block this 8K and give you a 1 just yet. Because if this Gamma Knife does come down, I'm in a rough spot again.
For sure, that is a lot of counter cards in Hubert's top 5 there. It seems like he has the Gear 2, the Gum Gum, as well as the Thunder Bargua in that top 5, which is kind of crazy, as well as a 9-1. I think it's double Gear 2. That's a lot of defense in that hand. Yep. If he keeps it in his hand, it is very rough for him because he doesn't have many more bodies to play, but he also can't bottom deck them all, because that means he just doesn't have defense for pretty much the rest of the game. We see the AK swing come down into that Sanji pudding, just getting a cheeky 2K out of Nicholas's hand. We know Nick, we know he has cards in hand to defend these swings at the start of the game, and we see the 9-cost Sanji come down, playing that 9-cost Big Mom. This is the play for this deck, but we don't have anything we can realistically remove that is that valuable. Obviously, we're still going to get rid of the Frankie, right? We're not gonna leave it there. That's a Don Nick gets back every turn, and if Nick does have the Gamma Knife and we see a block come down, that's a 4 into a 3. That's another 2K out of Hubert's hand. We definitely want that removed. We get the Don back with the Katakuri as well as restanding it. So what do you think of this position at the moment? Who do you think's in the lead? Do you think Hubert is able to stabilize with this big board he has, or is Nick able to apply much pressure? And what do you think is his best lines for this turn?
And you asked a lot of questions.
I did.
You asked a lot of questions.
I'm just letting you rant now.
Yeah, that's fair. Essentially, I think it's actually very even. It's definitely favored for Nicholas right now. He is in the driver's seat. He did not have this much of a board last time, especially these large bodies. Yes, the Zoroduru can swing into leader, but having these 7K, 8K bases are just huge when this category is on board. It's like you don't really get these free blocks. The category shines where it goes, well, I'm just going to chump block something, and then if you want to clear it short, just defend anyway. It's easier than, like, 8 is easier to defend than 6. Whereas if everything is 8 already, it's very rough. It's like, well, I kind of need to defend it, but if I ever turn this sideways too early, it's just going to, especially with a Gamma Knife potential, it's very hard to like find the correct time to block, which like actually gets you value versus just blocking, losing value, and then lose even more, or just getting none. So I think the one saving grace for Hubert right now is we still haven't seen that rush Luffy for Nicholas. If the rush Luffy came down this turn, I think he'd be in an amazing spot. He'd be swinging 8 the 7 and 8, 4 or 5 times his turn, he'd be putting on a lot of pressure. Hubert's hand would have been dramatically gone down. But I think we'll still see a lot of the attacks come through, potentially not turning the Sanji putting sideways if he thinks he needs that to stay around, just because there are a lot of attacks coming through back from Hubert. He's still not going to attack the leader. There's still a board to worry about. I don't want to give any more life. So it'll be interesting to see what Nicholas decides to swing with, where he puts his last 3 remaining Don. Mainly around whether Sanji Pudding is worth swinging with.
Yeah, for sure. Sanji Pudding's probably going to be the last swing we see come down, because as you're saying, all these other cards, they're 8k, right? If Hubert doesn't attach any Don, that's a 2k out of Nick's hand. That's another 2k out of Nick's hand. That's easy to defend. The Sanji Pudding's a little bit harder. However, he does have that one Gum Gum Giant, so he can use that to defend if he wants, but is probably a little bit inefficient. So you're very right. We might see the Sanji Pudding stay inactive if Nick thinks that the swings he is currently presenting is enough. It'll probably be 8-8-8 and then an 8k with leader. And I guess the big thing at the end of the turn is if we don't see the block from the Katakuri come down, Nick can only swing with one of the leader or the Sanji Pudding. It looks like we just see a 6k swing come down. We want to get a cheeky 1k out of Hubert's hand.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was Hubert kind of planning ahead with that stack. He stacked that Thunderbugger on life and went, okay, I'm going to put this in here so I can get 1 back active and eventually have 2 on defense for this turn. Against, like, if Nicholas does hit essentially the perfect of what he wants to play with this Rush Luffy, I have another Don that I can use for another Gum Gum Giant if need be, or a Gear 2, which will most likely come down now. So I think that was a very smart play from Hubert, where it's kind of like, well, why am I ramping? I'm going to be at 9. Well, it's like, no, I'm kind of untapping a Don in a way by giving up a life for a card I don't need. So I think that was very smart from Hubert to just get that little bit of extra survivability out from that turn. Nicholas missing that Rush Leaf meant he didn't exactly need it, but you'd rather plan for the worst and then have like an easier turn because of it as well.
For sure. We'll see the rest of these cards get bottom deck. There was a Sanji Katakuri play in the hand, in the top cards for Hubert if he wants it, but this is the exact same position he was in last game, and I'm sure this is where he's going to want to start going Nami plus counter events. Nami plus counter events.
Yes. It is a little bit scarier this time to do it, just because it is such a large board on Nicholas's side. If he does just go blocker up, there's still like 3 8k bodies on the board, which is very hard to clear. You're only swinging 8 into 8, 9 into 8. And then if you just kind of play this blocker and then leave all the Don up, it's very rough. So we do see the Don attachment come through, swinging for 12 into this 8, going, okay, you give me that Gum Gum plus 1. Otherwise, I'm going to be removing at least one of your 8k swings back into me.
For sure. Nick only has 3 cards in hand. Hubert going, all right, if you want to defend this, I'm making your hand small and you do not have a board going into next turn. Very heads up playing. We still have the 8-cost Katakuri, which can swing into something, and it looks like we will see the Gum Gum Giant come down. Hopefully, Nicholas doesn't draw dead cards. That's probably what he's thinking of. He's like, oh, last time I Gum Gum Giant, I drew 2 dead cards, and now I've got 2 2Ks in hand. I really don't want to waste a 2K just to draw into some dead stuff, because that Usohachi is so very important. We see a non-dead and a dead, but it is the Sanji Pudding, which isn't too bad at the end of the day. And Hubert just going, you know what? I don't need Nami this turn. I have the Katakuri. Let's just go another 12, and let's just absolutely remove the Luffy Taro. I've got a Katakuri in active mode. That's my blocker for the turn. I've got a life, which is my second blocker for the turn. I have 2 Don open, which is basically my 3rd and 4th blocker for the turn, making it really rough for Nick to be able to apply enough pressure for lethal or for much of anything else. We see the Sanji Pudding come down as well as the Gum Gum Giant top deck. Definitely not bad, but I'm sure Nick is going, where are my Gear 2s?
Yeah, 100%. Where is this Luffy? Where is this Rush Luffy that I needed to play 3 turns ago to have it, to be able to close out this game and put the pressure down? Just every turn is going by. It's just the chances are slipping away. Hubert gets more and more stabilized. The cards in his hand just keep on growing back up. And if he finds like another Lin Lin or another Kata next turn, it's just getting more and more rough to then try and push through these damage.
For sure. And UP being able to play as much defense as it can definitely makes it rough. Nicholas probably wants that to play that Zoro in his hand down, which means his swings will be quite weak this turn. It'll be like 8-8-6, which, I mean, the 6 is probably getting blocked, and the 2 8s are probably eating events. are not really getting much out of Hubert's hand, because that's 2 cards out of Hubert's hand, right? And Hubert then draws 2 cards for turn. And if you keep doing this, if you keep going through that cycle where you're only getting 2 cards out of their hand and then they draw 2 cards to start their turn, as well as you're losing your board, it's never putting you in a position to actually win the game. So one thing Nick might think of doing is potentially not attacking, going, maybe I can go for game next turn with everything, because he can only leave so many Don open, right? If he has like 5 events in hand, right, and but can only leave 2 Don open, that's 3 dead cards. So Nick kind of just planning through what he wants to do. Looks like he wants to swing with that Frankie. He doesn't really care if the Frankie's alive or not. It's just an extra Don to him. But right at the moment, it becomes a 6k swing, which gets a cheeky 1k out of his hand. Probably see another 6k swing come down from the leader. Potentially looking at 7. Nope, going for the 6. Probably leaving that 1 Don open for the Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's an interesting thought of maybe I do just leave my Luffy Tyrants inactive and go, okay, if you're not going to swing, I can kind of judge your game plan as well. I can go, okay, if you're not swinging to my leader still, you're still trying to starve me, then maybe I could just have a couple turns to build a board. Whereas if I just keep everything standing for 1 turn, you kind of have to like do something about it. That does definitely get punished by the Charlotte Linlin, but I think at this point, a Linlin or the blockers is kind of, it puts him in a rough position anyway. So we'll have to see what Hubert can do here. Didn't lose any life that turn. Couple cards from hand. I think he's down to 4 or 5 cards in hand. We'll go back up to probably 6 or 7 after this double draw phase. And then just go, yep, what do I do now? The game plan will probably be, okay, we swing into everything for 10s, get two cards out of hand. And then we go, okay, do I start swinging into leader yet? Is it time, or do I wait 1 more turn, get myself set up that slightly little bit more, and then start going for it?
For sure. You know what's crazy to think about? UP Luffy would probably still be a very strong deck if the leader would just rearrange the top 5. You know, maybe like let it rearrange top 5 from earlier point in the game. But the fact that it gets to draw the card as well is kind of crazy to think about. Just you get so much value out of it. We're seeing a bunch of 10Ks come into the Luffy Taros here, and there's definitely just going to be a 6K swing into the Frankie. Nick with 2 cards in hand, but he knows that Hubert has that Nami, and what's Nick going to do if he gets rid of the Uso Hachi? We see the 6 coming down into the Frankie. Sure, our Luffy's alive, but now losing that Uso Hachi, we don't have many ways to get enough swings through the 2 blockers, plus the 1 life, plus the 1 Don open. It's just a really tough spot for Nick to be in.
Yeah, 100%. We just really see Hubert keeping this 8-cost carry in hand, just going, sure, if you're gonna keep your board alive, I'm just gonna keep on playing good cards. So 8-cost Kata, the poke plus block is like, sure, stacking 2Ks on top of the deck, just knowing, okay, I'm gonna draw into these anyway. Plus, if I don't need to, I get a guaranteed pull off my top 5 next turn.
Sure, we see the Sanji Putty come down, the draw 1. Probably going to see a leader effect. And then Nick probably has to really think about what his win con is. He does have that 6-cost Luffy, and he knows he's not dying in 1 turn, right?
Yes.
He might die over the course of 2 turns, but he's not dying in 1 turn. Maybe he plays the 6-cost Luffy down, leaves it in active mode, and just goes to Hubert. This is my board state. You can do as much defense as you want. Can you survive my next turn? Obviously, he's still going to poke at 6k with his leader. Why wouldn't you? I mean, it might just get blocked by Katakuri, but if you do it at the start, maybe you threatening a punish with a Gamma Knife or something along those lines.
Yeah, 100%. I can definitely see, before you do anything, yeah, just come through with a 6 and go, okay, are you going to chump block me? Are you going to risk it? We do see that come through. Hubert going, hey, man, even if you do, I'm going to defend this, essentially.
For sure. Nick going, all right, you know what? I think I need it to get the pressure in. I'll swing. We see the Gum Gum Giant come out. Man, this purple Luffy decks are just crazy with their Gum Gum Giant. Obviously, GP struggles a little bit more with it because its Don is not as at 10 as safely as UP is. However, it is still such a strong card in all these purple Luffy leaders. We see the Merry-Go come down, protect the Gear 2. But Hubert is sitting on 1 life with 2 blockers, about to draw another 2 cards, finds another Gum Gum Giant, and is going, you know what, how am I going to do this? It's probably the Nami, it's probably the Gum Gum Giant for draw for turn, and it's the same thing he's been doing. It's, okay, I'm going to swing into your board. This time you're going to let your board die a little bit quicker because you only got that 1 card in hand, and then we'll get 2 cards into your life, and then I'm going to try and kill you next turn, purely because if you swing twice with that gear 2, that means you lose a life, go down to 2 life, which is not sustainable for Nick to survive another turn. We do see the Searcher event trigger. Nick probably eyeing off that second gear 2 going, I'm going to double gear 2. Nope, he goes for the Nami. He knows I need to search for something, probably a Usohachi or something like that, but this double Nami block is coming down is just nasty. A draw 3 here, being able to put 2 cards at the top or bottom. That looks like there's no dead cards.
I don't think so. I think there's a Nanko Sanji, and that's the only non-counter card in his hand.
For sure, it looks like we put the cards at the top deck. I believe he put 2 cards with counter because he wants to discard the Nanko Sanji off of the Gum Gum Giant, as well as going, you know, I want that Usohachi, right? I want that Usohachi. Eventually, it's the card I'm not going to counter with, so it's fine for it to be on the top of the deck, as it's my last choice for counter. And we're just going to Gum Gum into it. We see the Nami come down, look at top 5. I'm honestly not sure what Nick is looking for. I'm not sure if he knows what he's looking for at this point. The position he is in is quite dire. 3 life to 1, 3 blockers to none, and a bunch of big bodies.
Yeah, for 100%. It is interesting. I don't think he definitely doesn't think he can go for game this turn. Otherwise, you would either just not even bother grabbing the Usohachi, or not bother searching, or definitely grabbing the Usohachi there if that was your line to go for game.
For sure.
So I think he's kind of just trying to build up some defense potentially and just going, okay, you are not going to kill me next turn.
For sure. We see the merry
either through mind games or through cards in hand. You're just not going to do it. Trust me.
Sure.
And then I'll go for it afterwards.
That top deck of Gum Gum Giant definitely helps Nick's defensive position. We'll use leader effect. We'll ditch 2 Don. We will get 2 back inactive as well as re-stand 2. We probably are going to see not much Don go onto Sanji Pudding because we most probably want them in active mode for at least another turn because we just need to kind of go in for it over 1 turn. We see the 6k poke come down. We'll see the block from the Katakuri. We might see some Don be attached to that Sanji Pudding, or maybe Nick going, you know what, no, this is a defense turn. We're playing defense for this turn, thinking whether or not to play that 6-cost Sanji blocker. I believe Nick has 1 too many Don to play it for 3. Looks like he has total 9 Don to the 10. So just not enough to get it out. Looks like these players are in time, so we'll go through the 3 turns each. I don't think this game has 2 turns each for these players.
No, I think it's potentially over. I think, yeah, definitely Nicholas thinking he can survive, but just looking at Hubert's board, it just seems like if you just swing 8, 9, 9, and then Nicholas takes them all, like he's like, okay, well now 16, 6, 6. It's like how I don't see, like it's gonna have to be some god draws from Nicholas to be able to survive through all that damage, and to potentially if Hubert does miss sequence, to potentially give him some easier attacks to get out of. We maybe see that, but definitely, yeah, interesting position to see what Nicholas does here, whether or not he does restand that Luffy, and whether or not he just doesn't swing with anything else here.
For sure. It looks like we see the Sanji Pudding swing come down. Hubert being very smart, going, I'm going to Gum Gum Giant at the start. So even if Nick wants to Don -2 with the Luffy, Hubert has 8 Don. Nick will go down to 7 Don. So he is not able to play the blocker Sanji once again. A rough position to be in. So no matter what Nick did, if he swung with the Luffy first and just Don minus straight away and restored it, Hubert's still going to use that Gum Gum, still going to deny the ability to play the 3-cost, well, the 6-cost for 3.
Yeah, 100%. So Nicholas just thinking through, okay, what do I do now? What are my numbers here? I can swing for 10-10 twice. I'd probably just swing for 8 and keep some Don open, at least threaten something. We'll use the effect to restand, take the life. Potentially then just saying, okay, this is safe for next turn. Going down to 0. Hubert going, I'm just going to end the game next turn. I think him going down to 0 there, he's like, yeah, I don't think there's much you can do to stop me now.
For sure. Kind of surprised he let a Nami die, if I'm being honest. Not going for the, you know, I want all 6 possible swings. But he's going, you know what, my 5 bigger body swings is probably enough to go for game. And if not, there's another Nami. I can play a defense for another turn. You're not getting through another 3 blockers if I swing at your board. Or if you counter out a couple of my small swings early, your board is 100% dead. So I'm just going to make it hard for you. We see the 8 come down. That's 2 cards out of Nick's hand if he wants to defend. Or the Gum Gum Giant. Not defending defending this makes it harder to live later on. Defending this probably means your board is dying.
Yeah, 100%. So if you defend this and I see well we see one more 9 going to the leader and go, okay, you're defending 2 of them. If you defend 2 of them, 100%, you go for board and go, okay, do something about it. If that doesn't happen, then yeah, we can see more swings just going through into Nicholas. At a certain point, you will be able to just do the math. It is a little bit harder because of these Gum Gum Giants and the variation of, well, they get to, if you thinking about a worst case scenario is really hard because it is a lot of counter if they do hit 2Ks off of these and discard dead cards. But you can definitely still do the math and go, okay, best case scenario, worst case scenario, what do I do and what are the outcomes?
For sure, Hubert going up. That one swing into life was enough. You've defended it. I am going for your board now. Seeing another 9K come down into that Luffy.
Oh, you're swinging at that. Okay, sorry.
Cool. So we see another 9K swing coming into this Luffy. Nick going, you know what, I probably have to defend this, right? I can use another Gum Gum. I can go down enough in Don and go for some sort of crazy hope win con, but
that's a lot of Don down. That is down to 3 Don to start the turn, I think, if he does use a second Gum Gum there. Only 5 on board. That is back up to 5 at the start of the turn. That is not a lot to even Don to try and end the game with at that point.
But you think right, it's down to 5, right? But then you got the 2 Sanji pudding, so it's actually down to 7 Don as well as the lead effect. So you're still playing with 9 Don next turn, which is the insane part about GP Luffy, right? Like, he's happy, I'm going down to 3 Don, but I still have 9 Don. Unfortunately, it does mean cards effects such as that Usohachi, which he has in hand, will be unplayable because he only has the 5 Don. But that last swing into the Luffy was able to get it down. We see the Nami coming down for 5. Hubert being super happy to tap out, right? He doesn't have any events, so he doesn't need to kind of bluff them because he has those 2 Nami blockers, being able to block the swing from both the Sanji puddings as well as the leader.
Forgetting to restand the big mums there. Very, very rough when that happens. You do choose up to 2, so you can choose the 0 if you do miss that timing. It's unfortunate that you've just chosen 0. You no longer get to restand anything. Saying that he does still have the 2 Namis, there is only 3 attacks on board. And then if you do have these, if he does have another Rush Luffy in hand, that comes down, taps all 6, you'll then gain the 4 back, and then if it's essentially the swings are then what 6, 7, 9, 9. It's
still not very big enough. You probably can't even do that. You probably have to go into some 8s to split the Don out. And that Usohachi that Nick has in hand is not live, so he can't even rest one of the Namis and go that way. Looking at Hubert's hand, even though he forgot to re-stand the category blockers, obviously he's in a comfortable position, which is probably why he forgot to re-stand, you know, a little bit too relaxing. But this will probably be the last time he makes that mistake. He's probably going, you know, that should have happened. At least it's happening in a spot that I am in a super comfortable position. Something like 7 cards in hand. Each of them is just a 2 or so each 8K swing is a 2 and a 1 away. It looks like Nick is saying that the Rush Luffy was not enough. I'll see another 2 and a 1 come down. And they're going, well, I have 1 swing and he has 2 blockers. I'm just going to do it anyway.
Yeah. I think it's respectable to let your opponent win the game sometimes. So yeah, we do see the concede come through there from Nicholas. He knows there's really nothing he can do there, unfortunately.
Sure, but a very well played game from both these players. Hubert being able to go 2-0 in this first round, continuing his undefeated streak. He's currently 11-0 in this tournament. And for those of you who watched Sydney Regionals last year, Hubert was able to take out the event going 8-0 in Swiss into 8-0 in Top Cut. So over our last 2 Sydney Regionals, Hubert is now up to 27-0. Playing super, super well. So that was a great game. Let's quickly bring it back to the booth. All right, so Hubert was able to win that. He got some great prizes in the Serial Ace as well as the top 8 Sanji. Nicholas, unfortunately, coming a little bit short, but he still gets that really cool top 16. Zoro, what do you think of the game, Kev?
That was crazy. I think that was a showcase of what can happen when blue-purple is played to the highest level. The micro decisions that were made, the decisions of where to put cards. sometimes like looking at the top 5 and the bottom decking, you don't realize how impactful that can be and the choices that were made along the way. Nicholas unfortunately missing that Luffy both games. He just never really got the ball rolling like he really wanted to. Had a way better chance at it the second game, had the board full of Luffy Taros, had these AK swings, but just couldn't get there in the end. Just was missing that final push for those couple of turns, and unfortunately he fell short.
Yeah, for sure. It was really close. Being able to see the UP Luffy get that triple ramp off game 1 was crazy. It shows the absolute power level of the deck. Having a quick look at the bracket, Hubert moving on to top 8, playing against the winner of Jonathan and Zishwan, which looks like it was Zishwan. We do have the top 8. Leo winning his game, as well as Minky, Jaden, Nice. We still have one game undecided, but this is what looks like to be the top 8 bracket. We'll take a quick break as top 8 will get started very soon.
Mic check, 1, 2. Let's get him, bro. Yeah. Yo, this drum gonna be crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Anything that I want, I bet I can have it. From the chips to the whips and rocking the freshest fabric. Young king with dreams of his own, I show greatness. Lyrics lifting spirits up, got them feeling weightless. In spaceships, I write scripts for those who need strength when people want to oppose you. Ain't nothing new, that's just the shit that we go through. Be prepared, cause we share the highs and lows too. Yeah, that's why I pour my pain and soju. Reminisce on the past, here's a toast to the old you. Praying for good fortune, feels like I have it all when I write then start recording. Loving my life, but the price I pay is high. I'll gladly give it all, cause this is why I'm alive. Take it in stride, should I watch the time go by? Plotting the perfect moment to open my third eye. Rise above it all like the morning sun in the sky. Just wanna share my light so my legacy never dies. Yeah, I'm here to kick it like the...
Hey everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Sydney Regionals. We are about to get into the top 8, which will be super exciting. We've got a Bello Betty versus GP matchup up ahead for you guys, but let's have a quick look at the top 16 breakdown. We had 5 purple Lufis, 1 buggy, 5 GPs, 3 Bello Betties, which is kind of surprising. The 1 black purple and the 1 Teach. Was this kind of as expected, Kevin?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's, 11, so I was 1 off. I said there was going to be 12 purple Luffy base decks. There was 11, I was 1 off. And another Belly snuck in there somehow. But this is kind of what you expect. The Teach, I think, is the most surprising thing. Everyone thought that deck was kind of gone from the game, so it's really cool to see that deck here.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a quick look at the players' deck lists that we're about to see. We have Nice's deck list up here, who was on stream yesterday. A very consistent Bello Betty list with cards like that 2-cost Zeus being able to remove your opponent's Sanji Pudding, which could come up in this matchup, which is really cool to see, as well as just a bunch of Revolutionary Army cards and the stage to be super consistent. And moving on to Jaden's list.
Yep.
All good. So Jaden is playing green purple Luffy, which we did see on stream last round. But Kevin, why don't you talk us through
Yes,
this
definitely.
list?
This is pretty much like the most standard list you can see. There is slightly variations though. He's still running that Rono Zoro, the 4-drop 3, the 4-drop green version, so allowing you to swing into your opponent's active cards once per turn, again to rest something on play, but essentially the core is still the same as what we've seen across. I guess the Gamma Knife and Electric Luna are like the core tech cards that people are now including.
Yeah, for sure. And the crazy thing, as I mentioned on stream last round, more than half of these GP decks are dead. This has 30 dead cards in it. But
yes.
You do have cards like Gung Gung Gatling, so I guess 28 dead cards in the deck, but you're able to cycle through with Giants, with Gatlings, which can counter as, I guess, counter. So let's get right into the table and watch these players set up. It looks like these players are ready to go. We have Nice on the right and Jaden on the left. Nice is the higher seed, so he will be able to choose whether to go first or second. And honestly, I have no clue what you want in this matchup. Probably second, because you want to play that 4-cost as Bello Betty, or you want to play the 4-cost Zorojiro as GP, so it's probably better going second. Both these players are just having a quick laugh before the game. Very keen to get started. We'll see how this one goes. What's your initial prediction?
I definitely think that if you're Bello Betty, I think you do choose second still. You choose second still, yeah, but you still want that explosive curve straight into it. I think you're kind of in the driving seat of this matchup of you want to be doing the aggressive things. You don't really have the freedom as you do against blue-purple, where they can't do anything. They kind of have to just hope and pray they survive to there. Green-purple definitely has the ability to defend itself earlier. Becoming that 6K does help, especially early on. But you will see potentially Nice will maybe take turns off from going, okay, I'm not going to turn everything sideways every turn, because there are some turns where he can just freely kind of swing back and clear my board. Maybe I will take a couple turns to develop board, then go swing 6 times instead for these big numbers to push through.
For sure, and it'll be quite interesting how Nice plays it, because Jaden does not run that Electric Luna that we saw in heaps in EB02, but instead runs Radio Knife. So Jaden's able to proactively remove some of Nice's cards with Radio Knife. However, he's unable to stun a very wide board if it comes out. So Nice doesn't have to worry too much about having everything in rest, but he does have to worry about some of his early cards just getting removed as soon as they're played.
Yeah, 100%. So do you see Jaden going first, finding that Nami Searcher, as we didn't see in the last round. So finding a one-drop play is always huge. Just being able to start the cycle, start getting cards on board, especially in this match. Just even this 2K Nami can effectively clear one of these Bello Betty cards that's come down, like that Searcher, like these 4K cards. You can pretty easily just swing 2K back into it. We do see the field come down from Nice here. Essentially, it's like the Blackbeard card. You play it out, you rest it, you discard a card, and then you get to search for another Revolutionary Armor card.
For sure, one of the really cool things that Bello Betty can do, and it's the reason it's so good against these purple Luffy decks, is that Karasu that Nice just searched off the top of his deck. It is able to make the leaders, which are now 6K, back down to the base power of 5, which is super strong. If you have 2, it goes down to 4, but Nice basically going, you know how you think you're a cool deck for going 6K? No, you're back to 5. You're like the rest of us, which is a very strong effect, of course. But Jaden getting the Searcher is not just important for consistency. It's also really important to be able to control Nice's board of 1-drops. So if Nice wants to swing with that Bello Betty going into next turn or into a future turn, Jaden has the ability just to swing that 2K back into it to get a easy removal off.
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the double Karasu search style. We see the Zeus in Bello Betty's hand, just allowing more of these tempo removal plays, going, okay, my game plan is still to smack you, but at the same time, maybe I can remove one or two key pieces along the way. So we do see the extra card searcher coming down from Jaden here, just looking to find either more counter or fixing up what is in his hand. So finding that Sanji Pudding. Going 2 is always better than 1. If I generally Bello Betty's probably not going to remove it, especially if it stays inactive and I have the field out. It's very, very hard for Bello Betty to do anything about that. So Jaden not having any other searches on this turn is very rough. But we do see this Starve strat coming out. So Bello Betty is a deck which is yellow, so it has good triggers. You do not want to swing into Bello Betty early. If they hit these triggers early, you're essentially helping them build a board. So a lot of these decks will just go, okay, it kind of sucks to not swing, but I'd rather get you down to no board, 1 or 2 cards in hand, and then start swinging into you. If you hit triggers at that point, it's less threatening than if you were to hit them now.
For sure. We see the Koala come off the search, and Nice coming down, playing the Karasu, minusing the leader, so it is a 4K leader. We don't see the Ivankov like we saw Nice play yesterday on stream, which is able to essentially cheat out another body. Maybe Nice obviously doesn't have it in hand. He could have had it on some of those searches. We didn't see all the cards off the searches, so there's a chance he thought he didn't want the discard from the 1 card in hand to get the extra body, and Karasu was just fine to slam down this turn.
Yep, so we do see Jaden playing out the Sanji Pudding on curve. We'll use the leader effect -2, getting those 3 active, just then allowing him to play another, most likely another body. I can see this Nico Robin coming down, potentially even the Sanji blocker if he thinks he wants the 6K. So no, there's just the Nico Robin coming down, which is a blocker. It has the Don minus effect, Max?
It does. So Dot -1, it is able to look at the top 3 for a Straw Hat card. So it is essentially just another searcher. So it's one of the stronger cards in as a blocker, right? Just blockers that replace themselves are really strong.
Yes.
It's basically just like a negate. That's kind of crazy. Just say no to the attack, right? We see another Karasu coming down. Jaden just going, all right, let me move that dice off that I just put on there. Nice being super happy to just slowly improve his board, not wanting to do discards, not wanting to use that Koala we saw him have last turn to play out another body, because he thinks that his life is too valuable. He wants to stay on high life, but the main important thing, and what I said before this match, is that other card that Nice is looking at in his hand that he wants to play, waiting for the end of his turn to play it, which is this 2-cost Zeus, being able to KO that Sanji Pudding because Jaden was not able to protect it. Jaden, as soon as Nice tapped his 2 Don, knew exactly what was coming. It's like, oh man, he was eyeing off that stage earlier. He has another, looks like 2 Sanji Puddings in hand, so maybe at this point he's regretting a little bit not taking that stage to protect it, but also it's hard to say, right? Like, if you don't draw that Sanji Pudding and you don't get another one later on, you just don't have the amount of firepower you need. See the Searcher come down, searching for that Inazuma, and probably a pass come down. And he's thinking whether or not to swing with the Karasu, whether to discard off of leader to also get that Bello Betty swing off. He has a lot of choices still to make, even though he has no Don left, which is kind of crazy for Bello Betty. He's just separating his non-revolutionary army card with his revolutionary army cards, thinking whether or not to do that lead effect. He'll buff up the Bello Betty and the Karasu. Swing Karasu first because Jaden is on 2 life. That's now a 4K leader. This is an 8K into 4, which is kind of crazy. That's not being defended.
That's
we
huge.
could see the block come down, which means Jaden probably won't get the minus off because he does not want to go back to start on 5 Don next turn. That's way too slow in this matchup. So he probably has to consider just going for the block. No, he's happy to take the life. He's like, you know what? I can survive. He's now going for the cheeky 5 into the 4, getting a 2K out of Jaden's hand. Oh, it wasn't. It was a 3K leader. That is my bad. Need that extra 1K off it.
Yep, so we do see the Nabi just coming straight back into that Bello Betty, just going, yep, that's a free trade for me. If you defend this, your hand is going to just plummet. So I think any of these free attacks, you definitely do just... You understand, when you're Bello Betty, you swing these small cards, it's one-time use. You've got to replace yourself, it's gotten to swing once. It's already done more than a cantrip has done in any other deck, so we're fine to let it die. It's definitely too greedy to try and save those things. Double crush, so if you could keep both these crushes on the board, minusing 2K power from the leader for the turn next turn will be huge, just meaning that these like big attacks coming through, you're essentially saying that the swinging 8 into 5 and then 8 into 4, it just asks for so many cards out of hand, and you kind of stunt Jaden's turn, because if he has to keep this Don open to you for Gum Gum Giant, he's also just then like playing the game at a disadvantage the whole time, just going, okay, I don't think he hasn't hit anything above 6 Don yet.
For sure.
So just thinking now, okay, do I play this down this Zoro? Is the extra poke coming through better? Or do I actually just lose if I do not keep any of this Don up? And is it worth even trying to get the cards out of his hand at this point? So just sitting here, thinking about his options. He also has the other Zoro Searcher. Could just then place the Don. Could also play that 6-cost Sanji for 3, since he is 2 Don underneath at this point. It is interesting to see how many options this deck has with such limited cards, with such limited Don available to him.
For sure, we see the 2K come out, and now we see the Zoro come down, being able to rest a different Karasu as well as get another swing. This Zoro is a really cool card, which we haven't actually seen come up yet over the weekend. It came out in EBO2 and has a super cool effect. If your opponent has 2 or more characters, this character can attack on the turn which was played, and on play, if your leader has Straw Hat type, rest up to one of your opponent's cost 4 or less characters. So being able to get that extra swing into the Karasu for the extra 1K out of hand.
Yep, just discussing something with the judge right now.
In that case, you will just get a warning. And then that discarded card is shown to both players. And then you can add the Nico Robin back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion last turn. He thought he was a 3K leader when it was actually 4K base, just because of the double just because of the buff, and then the minus, and then the double minus, because generally, like, if you put dust on something, it indicates a plus, but there's no real minus dice. So it can get a little bit confusing there. So I think it's just, the fix was just, okay, well, because because it's kind of public information, what it was, we can just go, okay, you can just add that back to your hand. Because it was a kind of like an open area, that's fine. We can just run it back and we'll just keep on going from there. Nothing gained, and we're all good to go from there.
For sure, Nis discarding a dead card in hand, wanting those counter pieces, grabbing that Kuma, which is really good for Nis in this position because that Robin blocker does not have much power, and we see Nis straight away shotgun that Kuma. The Kuma on play KOs one of your opponent's characters with 2,000 power or less. There aren't many cards with 2,000 power or less in the game, but that Robin blocker is one of them. And the other cards that Kuma kind of targets are other one-cost searches. So cards like that one-cost Belly Betty can't be swung back into. So it doesn't have much utility, but it has a lot when it comes to the Bello Betty leader. It's also Revo Army, so you can make a 5k off the leader effect.
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the on-KO effect coming down, just doing the -1, searching through the top 3 for Striker. It does find that zero-cost event, just making any of these cards in hand into effectively a 1k counter. If you consider the zero-cost a 2k counter by default, is very useful, especially like you said before, over half your deck is no counter cards. Sometimes you just need to be able to turn any card into counter, and that's what the zero cost does for you.
Yeah, for sure. If I'm Jaden, I'm a little bit scared at the moment. I have no blockers, I have no Don for Giants, I have 1 life, and I'm staring down 2 Karassus. So the first Karassu swing, my leader will be a 5k. The second, my leader is going to be a 4k. We see the discard off of leader, give the 2 Karassus plus 3k power each. We get a 9k swing into the Luffy -1. We move that dice 9 and 5. That's 3 cards out of Jaden's hand if he wants to protect it. If he doesn't, though, that's like 5 extra Don on the second Karasu, which will make it a 13k swing into 4, which that's not something that we want to see for Jaden. We get the counter out there. We see another 8k swing come down. It is now a 4k leader, using that dice to indicate the minus. This is, once again, 3 cards out of Jaden's hand if he wants to protect it. Nis still has the ability to split between that Zeus as well as his leader, with the potential to do something like a 6-6 split.
So yeah, just letting him take it back to his hand, and then yeah, he's scooping anyway. I think at that point he was kind of like 2 cards in hand. You can almost just, as niches, do the math of go, okay, well I can just swing 6-6, and unless you have perfect counter, unless you got 2 2Ks out, like another 2K or 2 1s out of there, it's a very rough position to be in. So yeah, Jaden not having enough counter to get out of the attack, having to go 0 life, it's just a very unfortunate position to be in there.
For sure, but that kind of is what happens in aggro matches when you get to choose whether you want to go first or second. So Jaden now with the chance to bring it back. We've seen twice Bello Betty on stream, and twice Bello Betty's been able to go second and shown the power of just playing 4-drop after 4-drop. But now when Jaden is able to choose that second and take it away from Nis, he's not able to play a 4-drop down until his 5 Don turn, which is a lot later in the game, which means Jaden can have a lot less pressure on him, being able to maybe establish a couple more Sanji puddings and actually apply the pressure back into the Bello Betty. Also, if Jaden's able to dig full cards such as a Radio Knife to kill the Karasu as soon as it gets played, it won't be able to get such a strong effect off throughout the course of the game, reducing that leader from 6 to 5, then from 5 to 4. Like, I don't know how you survive as a 4K leader. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, 100%. It's a very rough position to be in, because essentially, imagine you're a 5k leader, you go down to 3. That is, every swing is now 2 cards out of hand. Essentially, the ability to minus something for the turn effectively asks for every number of swings, you have to give you 1 more card out of hand. And at the end of the day, it does just come down to, if your opponent only has 2 cards in hand and they have 1 life, if you can swing 4 times, you just win the game. It doesn't matter if you swing for 1,000,000, as long as you swing the same amount of health as they have, you just win the game. So being able to ask for that card, extra counter every time, definitely adds up.
Yeah, for sure. Nis in a really good position, winning game 1 in 15 minutes. It just means this match is most definitely going to go towards a game 3 if Nis is not able to close out here in game 2. So Nis if this game doesn't go the way he wants, is able to choose to go second again, which is the advantage of being the higher seed in these top cut games. We see Nice on 1 Don. Looks like these guys are just getting ready to start up. Nice potentially having some 1 cost in his deck he could potentially play, whether that's a raise max, which is the 1 cost that you can bottom deck to -3 to something, whether that is the Bello Betty Searcher, or whether that is the stage. There is a lot of different cards at Nice's disposal for his turn 1. So even though he doesn't get the curve he wants, he still has a lot of options.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Bello Betty doesn't really mind going for a second. Obviously, I think the biggest thing going second is you have a slightly nicer curve, and you get to draw that extra card. It is actually huge. Going second, you get to draw for turn at the start of the game, and when you're discarding a card from your leader effect, that 1 extra card means 1 extra turn of swinging for larger numbers. It actually it adds up over time. It's very relevant. So we'll have to see how Nice can manage his hand size, and potentially whether he isn't able to go as aggressive as he normally likes to go, where it's like turn 2, turn 3, he's just discarding with leader and going down to these 2-card hands. Is it worth still doing that, going down to this 1-card hand and putting the pressure on still?
For sure. Nice grabbing that 6 cost Koala, which we didn't see come down last game, but maybe will come down on the 7 Don turn this game. Jaden straight away playing that merry-go, going, you know what, my Sanji pudding is going to be protected this time around. No more Zoos to kill my best body. I'll get a 5k swing into the leader here, potentially a 1k coming out. No, Jaden willing to take it. Looks like he has a trigger, which is the one that searches for Straw Hat or searches for Heart Pirate or Kid Pirate. So a lot of different options, able to search cards such as Radio Knife, but was unable to see it there. We see one of the 3-cost Karasus come down, which is a blocker from Nice.
Yes, so one of the nice trigger cards in the deck just allows you to play it from life. Generally, it's not really blocking though. It's definitely swinging the first chance it gets. It gets buffed up to a 7k. Seven's a nice number to swing with. You're generally never not swinging with these cards.
For sure, yeah, 7 is the perfect number. Normally not against decks like GP, which come to 6k leaders, but that is where Karasu comes and fixes the problem, being able to bring it back down to a 5k leader. We do see some fun interactions in Nice's hands, such as going into Ivankov plus Karasu, being able to reduce the leader by a 1k from as early as next turn, as well as developing 2 bodies, is kind of scary.
Yeah, I definitely think next turn is like the first decision point for Nice. So do I use leader effect now? Is it worth swinging 3 times into a potential 4k leader now because no leader effect was used? If I am able to go Ivankov into Karasu, or just straight away playing this Karasu and then swinging for some slightly larger numbers, everything else. So it'd be interesting to see whether he starts putting on the pressure. Jaden is on 3 life, taking that first hit. And so if he can get him down to 1 this turn, I think that's a huge thing for Nice. There's only 2 bodies on the other side. Generally, he's not going to play the Rush Luffy just yet. He's definitely going to want to play out the 5-cost Sanji pudding first, and then potentially go into another blocker. So but maybe as Nishi, like, okay, this is the turn where I can get a little bit greedy, start swinging, defend my 4k Karasu if I want to, and then from there I can start going even wider next turn.
Yeah, playing down the Bello Betty, being able to have an extra body on board. So if Nice does decide to turn all his cards sideways this turn, next turn he'll still have 3 bodies with the Ivankov, the Karasu, and the Bello Betty, which must be scary for Jaden to see.
Interesting. So just swinging 5 here first before potentially going into Ivankov Karasu. Maybe looking at doing Ivankov into a slightly bigger body and saving that Karasu for more of like a surprise factor in a way where you go, okay, I'm going to wait until I have a full board. I'm not going to swing this turn. I'm just using this just to get the free effect. I want 5 characters out that are swinging before I start swinging. And so you can potentially see the Lindbergh come down instead, which does also allow you to KO something on swing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, you are correct there, Kevin. When attacking, this card has 7,000 power or more, K up to one of your opponent's characters with 3,000 power or less. Now, that 3,000 power might seem quite low, but when you're able to combo that with cards such as Race Max or even the Karasu in Nice's hand, because that can also target characters,
yes,
you are able to kill slightly bigger bodies. 5-cost Sanji pudding comes down. We see the Don -2, get 2 Don, restand 2 Don from leader, get Don back in active, and plus 1k. Without a one Karasu on board, this is a very important 1K for Jaden. And now he's just thinking what to do with his board state, where to swing, whether he's eyeing off that 4-cost Zoro instead of the Zoro Juro, wanting to get an extra swing, an extra card out of Nice's hand, which honestly I don't mind too much. Nice's hand does look decently small, but you know, when you're just guarding one card out of hand, doesn't matter for Belly Betty if they have 0 cards at the end of the turn, they can still do their crazy amount of offensive potential.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jane go through the math here of like, okay, if I remove 3 characters this turn, is that enough? And he has a cross. Can I survive the next turn if it's swinging with leader plus these 2 other characters? Is that good enough? There's a world where we can see he plays down the 4-cost Green Zoro. Goes, okay, I'm going to rest the 1-cost Bella Betty and go, I'd rather not risk you give me counter for this 5 into a 5. I'm going to rest the 2 and have more like, it's not guaranteed, but more of a very likely removal. Because these 1-costs are threats, is almost going to say, okay, I know I'm going to be attacked with an 8-8 anyway. It's not worth the risk of trying to get 1 card out of your hand. I'm just going to take the small attack out because it is still a card out of my hand and it gives me more board presence.
Yeah, for sure. But the scary thing for Jaden is if you look at his hand, a lot of the cards are dead, right? Gum Gum Giant obviously is a counter card, but if you have no non-available, you can't use it, and it is quite taxing in the Don -2. So he's very much thinking whether or not it's worthwhile to play that or play the Zoro Juro 4-cost, which searches for something. He goes with the green Zoro, which is one of his only counter cards in hand. I think he only has one other, being the 2K Usohachi. Luckily for Jaden, Nice deciding not to defend heavily on board this turn. If Nice decides to attack board this turn, it is a very good position for Jaden to be in because he's basically bluffed his way through a turn of no counter, right?
Yep.
Even if most of the board dies, what's important is the Sanji Pudding's alive. He has the ability to go Luffy Taro into Sanji Pudding next turn, as well as leave Dawn open for Gum Gum Giant after leader effect. We finally see this 6-cost Koala come down, which is one of the more aggressive cards in the deck, just being able to take a life, basically getting you a card back in hand. Yes, it might let you die a little bit sooner, but getting a 6K blocker is nothing to scoff at, as well as being able to free play something. In this case, it's the Karasu, choosing what to minus off it. I believe he minused the leader. I'm not 100%
No, he minused the Sanji Pudding. His plan is to play Raise Max this turn, minus another 3, and then be able to remove it with that Lindbergh. So go for more of like I think Jaden's bluff here did work. He's like, he's not going to go for game when I have 7 cards in hand. He definitely could. These could have won this turn. If you show each other his hand, he just goes, I win the game. Don't worry about it. But obviously, you're not going to go 7 cards in hand. You go, okay, I'm going to take the middle route. I'm going to clean up board a little bit. I'm going to remove a lot of your threats. And then Jaden's kind of having to give these cards. And then and Nice is going, okay, I now have a full board. If you only have 1 attack for the turn, you're only going up to, I think it's 7 Dawn. Are you really going to play Rush Luffy again? Is that really what your best out? So I think Jane doing the correct thing, just sitting and thinking, going, do I want to save it? I don't know. Knowing full well he's letting this die just because his hand is so bad. And then Nice not choosing to swing with the Bella Betty, very interesting, saying, I don't want to give you a free removal. Yes, I could get a card over your hand. That's less important than me being able to swing with this Bella Betty for, say, 8 next turn by putting more underneath it because I have this Karasu still.
Yeah, for sure. Nice potentially getting a little bit of information from Jaden going, all right, he didn't protect the Zoro. He only would have needed to give me 2 or 1Ks out of hand to protect it. So he must not have very many counter cards in his hand left. We do see leader effect, untapping 2 Don, getting 1 back in active, as well as just giving that leader plus 1K. The Karasu on board is kind of scary, but we do see the Radio Knife draw off of the Sanji Pudding, which is one of the cards that Jaden may consider to play this turn.
Yeah, mistakenly I called it Electric Luna. I just saw an extra card and I was like, the only card they run is Electric Luna. What is Radio Knife? So Radio Knife, main, rest up to your opponent's characters with a cost of 6 or less, then KO up to one of your opponent's rest cards with a 5 or less. Essentially, you can't KO the 6 that you've rested, but you can KO anything else on the board. So we will see, the Karasu getting rested and removed is just asking for too many cards. Essentially, it's asking for 4 more 1K counters over his Jaden's hand, which currently has 1K counter or 2K counter available. 2K counter available. Everything on else is dead with that one Gum Giant. Jaden is just hoping to draw into those zero-cost events right now to get him through this turn.
For sure, that Gum Giant will probably come down at some point during the turn, even though he goes back down to 4 Dons, starting with 6. The leader untapping 2 plus the 1 Sanji putting, getting a Don back pretty much means he gets to sit on 9 Don next turn, which is more than enough to play everything he wants from his hand during that next turn. We see a early 8k swing come down. Jaden having to think whether to use his Gum on this swing or whether to take it, because he does not have enough counter outside of that Gum
Yep.
to protect it, as well as Nice still having his leader effect available. We could see an 8 come down, we could see a 9 come down with the Koala, as well as a 5 base from the Bella Betty, as well as the other 6 Don that we've got remaining. There's still a lot of pressure coming from Nice this turn if he wants to go all out. If he wants to play a couple of bodies, that is obviously an option. However, only having 2 cards in hand means he will go with 0 if he decides to play a body. But it looks like he's just going for the leader effect, and he'll go swing 8 probably first, maybe some 9s. Very interesting decisions to come from Nice, and every other card he turns sideways just means it's another card that could be swung back into.
Yeah, definitely. So I can see the potentially it's probably 8, 9. So it's probably 9, 9, 10 coming through. So probably swing Limburg, then Koala, then the Bella Belly. Potentially should have swung the Bella Belly first. There's open deck list. I'm not sure if there are any triggers that can affect this board state. I'm not sure what the radio knife trigger is. Potentially being punished by that, but at this point, yeah, you just start going in with the smallest number to the biggest number and going, okay, I'm never losing the turn after. Let me at least dwindle his hand size down to nothing.
I mean, you say he's never losing. He could lose to a 6-cost or Rush Luffy if he taps that Koala blocker. That is 4 swings. Nice has 1 card left in hand. Something looking like a 6, 7, 8, 8, I think is, or maybe it's just 6, yes, 6, 7, 8, 8 is possible.
Yep.
From Jaden with the Rush Luffy next turn. So depending on what that 1 card in Nice's hand is, it might be a little bit scary, so he might be considering whether he has to leave that Koala inactive. We see 4 Don might be attached to that Bella Betty. We could see a 9k swing come down, which it looks like it is. Very high chance we just see 2 2ks come down from Jaden in that double Uso Hachi, and looking to just control board again next turn and stabilize off that. We do see the 2 2ks come down. Nice deciding whether or not to go for this last swing. He's thinking, can he survive the lethal?
Yeah, just considering here. Potentially you could just not bother swinging and just going, okay, I'll just leave this blocker up. 1 life is still in kill range for him next turn, but it is like, if you leave him 1 life and he is possible to remove board plus have a blocker, you no longer have lethal on board. So we do see all the swings coming through. Nice going down to 1 card in hand, 3 life. You were correct though. I think there is a chance that Jaden just goes, well, I'm definitely not living another turn. My hand does not allow that. I am starting to draw into my counter though. Maybe if the rest of my draws are just counter, I can live another turn. But I don't think we see that Rush Luffy. We do see a couple Nami searches. Could dig down for that Rush Luffy. But he is on 6 Don. So if he plays 1, he would need to use 3 more Don before it's even worth using the leader effect. And effectively it means he can't really play the Rush. He can't play the Rush Luffy for its full effect anymore.
Most definitely, it is quite possible that he goes for board this turn, being able to swing 6 into the Limburg, see what happens, see if a 2k gets given up, swing 7 with Sanji putting in to something else. If that card in Nice's hand is not a 2k, we could see a full board clear besides that Bella Betty, and then maybe a Nico Robin come down afterwards. If Jaden wants to play something like that Sanji putting in his hand to redevelop board going further into the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that Jaden needs to either remove everything and play a blocker, or have a blocker and at least keep 2 things and remove at least 2 things.
He's going for the Nami, trying to dig for something, potentially that 4-cost Rush Zoro. Well, not Rush Zoro, but the 4-cost Zoro that can attack a body, looking to get that extra swing into Nice's board to be able to get a full clear off, and then maybe look at playing something along the lines of the Nico Robin later in the turn, but still 5 Don active, so we could still see the Sun putting. No, we are seeing another Nami come down. There is something he is digging for at this moment. We do see the Zoro there, but no, we're looking at more 2Ks. We're just looking for counter right now. Potentially eyeing off the Gamma Knife or the Robin, going for the double blocker over the 2K line, but it is still quite rough with not many cards in hand and no life if that board lives on Nisa's side. And the crazy thing is, even if all this board dies, Nisa's still at 3 life. Like, Jaden still has to somehow get a win at the end of the day. And all these triggers couldn't come down from Nice if Jaden isn't able to get a kill over 1 turn. Or a Karasu blocker could come down off the trigger and just completely stop Jaden's lethal potential, which is a little bit rough. We see the Robin blocker come down. Looking at leader effect now, Don -2, get 2 Don back in active. That leader gets the +1. Looking, and we'll see what we do for the rest of the turn. Attaching a Don, swinging a 7 into Limburg. Jaden not risking to gamble anything, going, I am removing your entire board this turn, Nice. You've got nothing besides that little Bella Betty. If you want to split down the middle, I'll show you my Gum Gum Giant in my hand, and I will defend whatever split you give me. So you kind of have to see a rush card to go for game next turn, which is, there are a couple in the Revolutionary Army. You have Dragon, you have Inazuma. I can't remember if Nice is running Dragon, but he definitely has Inazuma in his deck.
Yeah, correct. From memory, I don't think he does, but yeah, definitely Inazuma. If he sees that card, he has a good shot of pushing through some numbers. It's a very rough position. So currently on 10 Don, the split would be 10-10 if he wanted to go for it. But like, you're versing a purple deck with a Don open. He's kind of kept a lot of cards in his hand this whole game, so you can kind of presume some of them are dead. If he has a dead card in hand, there's a good chance it's a giant. And Nice also knows he searched for that 0-cost event earlier, so he knows at least he has 3K counter. All he needs is a 2 and a 1 at minimum, or another Gum Gum Giant, and he's getting out of that swing. And then I've got no board, down to 1 card in hand, and very likely losing the turn after that, just based off like, these Namis are actually, these 1-cost Nami searchers are actually lethal now. It's crazy that it's come down to this, but this is what this matchup is. It's Bella Betty burns their hand, just trying to push, push, push. And if you can just hold on, maybe even getting out some searches yourself, getting these small bodies on that you just want to keep on the board, then you just go, okay, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and you just win the game because they haven't got enough cards.
Definitely, for sure. And Jaden's actually able to get out of a 10K swing with the 0-cost plus a 2K, because we've got that buff 1K from the leader, so that makes it a lot easier to defend some of these swings. Nice doing some Don counting, trying to figure out how much cards out of Jaden's hand he can do. What's the chances he has to go for lethal? What are the chances he dies on the crackback? Or what are the chances that if Jaden just swings into the Bella Betty with a Nami and plays down another Robin, does Nice actually win the following turn,
Yep.
right? So a lot of things to think about on Nice's side of things. He has a lot of cards he could have top decked. We haven't seen what his top deck was, which helps him go for lethal here. A Bartholomew Kuma being able to KO the Robin is one of those options, and then you just kind of dump on your leader swing, or something like this. Karasu being able to minus a 1K on to the leader. So it's a 5K leader, which is essentially being able to play that Karasu for 2 Don, because each of these Bella Betty swings are now only going to be 8Ks. However, with that being said, is that good math? Yeah, that's good math, 8Ks.
That's math. Yeah,
but with that being said, because you're minus 1 on the leader, it's essentially like they were 9Ks before. So only costing 2 Don. Looks like we might just go for the one big swing into basically into that Robin blocker, right? That's kind of what we're doing. We're like, let me swing big into Robin and see if you use your Don minus effect, so you have 1 less Don to play with. Jaden kind of going, is this something I actually have to use the Robin blocker for? Because I don't have much defense going into next turn. He's holding 1 up. Can I go for lethal going into next turn? Should I block and not use my effect? Should I block and use my effect to look for another blocker? A lot of things to go through Jaden's mind.
I think Jaden's also considering whether he just uses the Gum Gum Giant here and just goes, okay, I want to cycle some cards. I'm probably going to draw into another one eventually. I want to use this now. If I keep this blocker, it actually is just always live. Sure, he can then find the KO effect, but then I can choose, okay, I can at least cycle a card at that point, and that's always also Don investment into the attack he's not using. So effectively, by removing the block, you're still removing some of the threat of the attack. So you do see the Gum Gum Giant come down here, just removing a dead card in the form of the Sanji Pudding, just going, okay, I just need to see new cards. I do think he found the card he's been looking for, which is in this Luffy. I think he's gone, okay, I could probably win next turn now.
Sure, it's still hard to win though, because he's only starting the turn on 5 Don, so he can't even play that
true, he can't.
Rush Luffy if he wanted to, which is, I guess, the downside of going for that Gum Gum
Yes.
Giant. But I believe he has another one in hand, so he has a very simple line. If he wants, of playing a Sanji Pudding, drawing a card, using leader effect, staying on that 5 Don, swinging maybe once with a leader and just praying it's not trigger, or just leaving everything inactive, going, all right, next turn's the turn. Next turn's the turn. And then because he will at least be on 6 Don to... No, he could theoretically go back down to 5 Don. Nice being able to keep forcing the Gum Giants out of Jaden's hand means that Rush Luffy might never get played, which is a little bit scary to think about. However, it's definitely a lot of things for these players to consider, and much too much for me to think of all the possible options, which is why those guys are there and I am with you on this commentary booth.
Yes. Five Don. It's very interesting, this matchup. Jaden has played with pretty much no Don this whole game, and Nice has played with pretty much no hand this whole game. So it's like, what is better in One Piece, Don or hand? And right now, it's very close, actually. I don't know who's going to win this, Max. Who do you think's going to win?
I think it's tough. I think it depends what cards Jaden draws. He's definitely playing some amount of bodies that replace themselves. Looks like he goes for the Zorojiro. He doesn't want a blind draw off of the Sanji and Pudding. He wants to search for the Gum Gum Giant. They're being able to use it for defense. That's basically the one card he was looking for. We're paying 1 to throw down another Nami. Let's look at the top 5 for something.
I think just searching through for more 2Ks potentially. Oh, that zero cost event is also not a bad pickup there. Just going, okay, my hand is now all counter. If I can survive this turn, and then with this board state, I should definitely be able to win with this Luffy that I can now play because I have enough Don.
For sure. Do you ever take the gamble here and swing 6K with leader into life? Like,
Never.
what are the odds on... what are the odds on the trigger versus the odds on survival? I guess Jaden is able to sit there and do the math quickly. Is his board state at the moment enough for him to go for lethal next turn? Because really, he only has 3 bodies that are bigger than Nice's leader, so everything else has to come from Don attachment. And if he starts the turn with something like 5 Don once again, well, I think actually he goes at -1, so he'll be starting at 4 Don minimum, potentially 2 Don after the Gum Gum Giant. He might need to at least get a leader swing off this turn to be able to go for game the following turn.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll probably see the leader effect come through now.
So
Going back down up to 4 again. So yeah, even potentially down to 3 at the start turn with the Nico Robert, and then down to 2 potentially. Just the drawbacks of these cards actually coming through. It's like, well, you don't have the time to do the setup that Green Purple normally likes to do. All of these, the costs of the cards actually become real, and you have to play the game with these very low resources.
For sure. Jaden deciding, I don't want to take the gamble to swing this turn. I probably would have taken the gamble. My kind of mindset is it has to...
I would never take the gamble though.
It has to both be a trigger, and all of the trigger cards need you to discard a card. So it needs to be a trigger plus a discard, as well as the top card of the deck needs to be a revolutionary army. Otherwise, you can't discard a fleer. So cards like Zeus coming off the top deck will mean that Nice wouldn't be able to use leader effect. However, now I'm actually thinking about it. I don't think there's many cards in the deck at all besides those Zeuses, because everything also has trigger, which you can also discard. So maybe it's good I'm not on that table.
Yeah,
maybe because Jaden didn't swing.
Yeah, I think the risk is not worth it. Like, yes, you're not getting there, but I think you definitely need to wait for either Nice to swing, and then you can control board while poking into him. If we're playing this game of chicken, Jaden will eventually win the game of chicken. I think where it's kind of like no one's doing anything, just because Nice does get these resources slower and can't really do much outside of just swing the leader. But yeah, this if Nice just goes every turn, okay, here's 15 leader pass, Jaden eventually does have to do something because he only has so many blockers and so much counter in hand. And he really doesn't want to just give it away when he's not ready to go for game the next turn.
For sure, and Nice looking at, I think the main thing Nice is considering over is if I do a very big swing with my leader and he just blocks and doesn't Don minus, do I simply die to a 6-cost Luffy next turn? Nice just thinking what to do with his 10 Don. Nice very much wants to at least get one Don minus effect off Jaden. So even if we see the block come down from Jaden, there's a good chance Nice ends up using a leader effect to buff the Karasu and the Belly Betty, turn both of those cards sideways just to force the Gum Gum Giant out of Jaden's hand so Nice doesn't die on the clapback. But I'm sure if we see the block come down here, we won't see the Don minus, but a very smart number swinging for 11. That is in total 6k counter out of Jaden's hand. So either a giant plus a 2k, which is a very tempting number. And I think that's what Nice is going for. He's going for something which is nice and easy and tempting for Jaden to get out of, so he forces the Gum Gum, which does come down. And Nice is probably now sitting very pretty going, I'm not dying next turn. For Don, he can't play his Rush Luffy. He can't do much else, so I can leave everything inactive and be fine. And he's left for Don open, so worst case, he can just play another blocker, another body.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think it was very smart from Jaden there to not block, though. You need to keep that blocker up. Otherwise, it's like, okay, well, now I'm just going in with Karasu. It doesn't matter. If you show it to me, you're going to get minus all your effects. And then it's like, okay, we're going to play again from there. I think that unless Jaden wanted him to do that, then I think blocking there is smart. But I think if you block, there's just a good chance that Nice just goes, okay, well, here's everything. Show me the counter to get out of it.
For sure, we could see some spicy lines come down from Jaden. Something like, all right, let's swing 5 with an army. Let's swing 5 with another army, or some stuff along those lines.
You can't even do that yet. You're only on 4 Don for the turn. Very rough position to be in.
That is very true. And with leader effect, you can only untap Don that are in your cost area. You cannot untap Don that are attached to your body. So if you're not really getting that much Don back from leader. You can obviously get it back from your Sanji and Pudding, but that's only 1 Don. So in terms of attaching Don going for lethal, Jaden only has 5 to work with, which isn't very much. He could do something cheeky to get that extra 1 by being able to play over one of these Namis if he has another 1-cost Nami, which it doesn't look like he does, but that would enable the Don to go back to the cost area. But Jaden in a little bit of a rough spot, probably has to swing, but also if it's a trigger, it's kind of just game over, and it's like, why didn't I swing last turn? So I have to go survive another turn, but he has 3 bodies on board, so I need another blocker. I've also used my last Gum Gum Giant, so a lot of things to mull over on Jaden's side.
Yeah, 100%. It is very much almost at the casino at this point. I do think that Jaden has to go for game this turn. Looking at his hand, it's kind of diminished the resources. I think definitely has at least 0, at least 1, like 1 or 2 0 costs left in his hand. So he has enough bit of counter, but this board from Nice is just, it's massive at this point. Like there's 3 huge attacks coming through. You have 1 blocker, 0 life. You're definitely not surviving. I think Jaden has to just go, okay, what is my math? Am I swinging 5 first? And just going, okay, is that counter? Are you countering? Does Nice even take... There's a good chance Nice will just take a 5. There is also a good chance he will counter out of it, depending on what's his hand, what he thinks he's outside, what the math looks like. So realistically, it's probably like 5, 5, 7, 7. I think that's probably the best number. The bad thing is there, all those attacks have to go through for you to win the game.
For sure. You could probably see something like 5 with the Nami, Don -2, being able to get that 1 dog back with the Sanji you're putting, so you got 2 Don back inactive, and you get the +1k on leader, then be able to go 7, 7, 7. But that 5k has to go through, right?
Yes.
If that 5k doesn't go through, then you need to find a way to get another Nami attack off, which I just don't think is possible because you don't have enough Don come back. So Nice just needs to counter out of a 5k Nami swing to not die this turn. So Jaden thinking over his options.
Yeah, 100%. I always forget about the leader. The math just changes so much with this deck when you include the leader, because the +3 1 carrier counter, plus getting that done back from that Sanji pudding. So yeah, 5777 is probably the correct line where you just go, please be enough. You kind of just, there's only limited things with you kind of just have to think through and go, okay, this is the correct line. If it doesn't work, as long as I've made the correct play, sometimes things just don't work out.
For sure. That's definitely very true, especially in a situation like this.
So just mulling over. Would you...
I'm going to be honest, I've got no clue what I would do in this spot. I'm just kind of sitting there and going, look, maybe I swing 5 with the Nami and bluff the fact that I have another Nami in hand to play over the first one, then be able to get my 3 Dom back off leader plus Sanji and Pudding, and then going another 5, which is a blind card for Nice, 6, another blind card for Nice, and then another 6, hope that one goes through, and hope he can't get out of a 7k swing with the 3 cards that are in his life. But because it's a bluff, if Nice gets out of that first 5k swing, it's not doing much. You could also just see a 6k swing come down. You go 6 and then use leader effect. We get another 6, another, and then go 7-7, which is probably what I would do at the end of the day. But it's still not good. If that card in hand is a 2k from Nice, the game is over. If the top card of life is a 1k and Nice has another 1k, the game is still over. Going for the 6 first with the Zoro, honestly, this is smart, right? We're not attaching none, we're not committing, we're just asking for the numbers, and this is kind of just showing us what we're going to do. So we take the first 6, Nice looking at it, no trigger. Probably now have to attach everything to the Nami, go 6. At this point, it has all the commitment. Nice going, all right, can I get out of this? Takes another life, goes for 1, swings 7 with the Sanji Pudding. Nice looking at his cards going, well, his last swing 7, so if I can get out of this one, I win the game. So I'm probably just going to take this swing anyway. It looks like he can definitely get out. That's 2 2Ks in his hand and a Revenant Army. So he's just going to take this swing. We'll see a leader effect come in from Jaden. Don minus get 1 Don. Leader gets 1k and will swing 7 for game. And Nice is going to show those 2 2Ks, which have been in hand from the start. And Nice is moving on to our top 4 with Bellu Betty getting a nice swift 2-0 victory over Jaden. Bellu Betty, a very, very strong deck, being able to apply a lot of pressure. Congratulations to Nice on his victory, and congratulations to Jaden, still making top 8 out of 512 players. That is a phenomenal result.
Very impressive.
All right, let's bring it back to the desk as we talk about what is to come. All right, so that was a really good game, and Nice is one of our multiple-time regional winners here in OC. I believe he has 3 now. If he's able to clutch up and win his next 2 rounds, he'll get to 4, tying with Stefan being our only 2 4-time regional winners. So that is something that's definitely on Nice's mind. He wants to get there to the end and be able to tie up that win rate.
Yeah, 100%. It's a very high-level gameplay. There's a lot of good players in Australia. There's a small community of, like, the EM team. There's a reason that you see them everywhere. It's because they're topping all these events, winning all these events. There's a reason that they have all these accolades. And so it's awesome to see them be able to continue to put up these results. It kind of proved that, like, a lot of people think that, like, oh, One Piece kind of, like, is, like, too much of a luck-based game or a snowballing game. It's like, well, these people are proving that if you put the time in and put the effort and learn the matchups, learn how to play your deck, you can consistently put in these results and get the things you want.
For sure. We do have our bracket looking here. We have 3 of our players decided for top 4. We have Zishuan, Nice, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Sisheng. Sorry for the butchering, but all these players have made it to top 4, so congratulations. Zishuan being able to knock out Hubert, who was our undefeated player up until this point. Very impressive result. So we're going to take a quick break before we start our top 4, and we'll catch you guys then. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Before we get you into those top 4 games, we've got a fun section ahead of us called Decks on Parade. We did this in the Adelaide Regionals, and it was super fun and a crowd favorite. So we are back doing it again with the top 3 decks that got submitted, getting 2,500 prize wall tickets. So let's go ahead and look at those entries.
Sounds good. So first here we have Andrew Wang's Ramp My Pudding. We have the gold pudding that came out of the PBO2 with all of the nice shiny cards. We've got the couple different katas there, the 8-cost kata as well. Everything's pretty nicely blinged out. It's got the pudding, the big mum don on the left, and I think that's the kata don on the right.
It is the kata don for sure.
And yeah, looking very nice. Not many improvements I can see. The deck's looking pretty nice, nicely laid out. I think they're missing one of the, or 2 of the Alt-Art Zeus. You know, there's a slight upgrades that can be done there, but very thematic. The deck, one of my personal favorites, and so I'll be rating this one very nicely.
All right, we have a Chaos Rarity Bello Betty, a couple of mixed rarities there with the 2K Koalas. Bello Betty is one of the decks we've been seeing on stream doing insanely well, and they've got heaps of alt-arts from PRB, and this deck shows them all off with the new Zeus as well as the alt-art PRB Bello Betty cards. Very much on theme. Everything's Revo Army besides Nami, so you got to lose a little bit of points on theming for including those Zeuses in the deck, but besides that, this is a amazing Bello Betty deck.
Yep, so coming up to Lucci here, one of my personal favorites. Coming through, looking at the accessories, it is a nice Lucci mat behind there. Deck's unfortunately does have the Ice Age band cards. A very nice card of band. I don't know if we take points off for including illegal cards, but it does look very nice. I do love that Ice Age artwork. Or the nice Lucci's coming through there, looking very fit. One Manga Sabo, you play the one as a one of the biggest flex. I would love to do that one day myself. Everything looks to make it very nicely laid out. All the costs are increasing as well with all the Lucci Don at the bottom. Ultra later, looking awesome.
All right, we have a UP Luffy deck, and this is probably one of the more expensive decks out there with the 2 manga Luffys. All the Sabos, all the Sanjis are alt-arts, the Katakuris, the Lin, everything in this deck that could be alt-arted is a bit surprised. You know, we're only running 3 Gum Giants, you know, maybe looking for a little bit more bling rather than playability. But if you guys would like this deck, I'm sure Floyd would be willing to trade it for a car. So go talk to him at the vendors outside, and we'll jump into the next deck.
Yeah, so we have Chopper here, looking nice. The red-green Chopper leader. This deck has gotten a lot more powerful recently. Running the Chopper sleeves, running the nice, the cute leader. Got the Hody Jones alt-arts. Max, are those your preferred alt-arts for the Hody Jones?
I think it's either or. These are the cheaper ones, but the PRB ones I think look a little bit cool. He's a bit more boom,
that's
more
fair.
buff.
That's fair. And then yeah, we've got the winner Choppers coming through. Looking very nice. I love how most of the cards in the deck are Chopper. Very on theme.
All right, we're looking at a BOA list now, a bunch of different alt-arts. We've got the 2 Doffy alts, we've got the alt and the SP. We've got some 1-cost Law Blocker alts in there, as well as a bunch of different BOA cards. We have the 8-cost Luffy and the 10-cost Kaido. We can't see everything in the deck because they've stacked up, only showing their most pretty cards, but it is a super cool Warlords deck with a bunch of different Warlords in there.
Cool. We have another Belly Bitty coming through. The Min Rarity Gamer seems here. Who needs shiny bling? We just have the Judge Mat. We have the... Is that the normal leader as well, man?
That is the normal
leader. Man said, I'm going Min Rarity. Raise Max. It's probably the reprint one. Who cares? I love a good Min Rarity deck myself. I don't like to spend money on card games, so I think this has a nice broad appeal.
And we have another Bello Betty on the Judge Mat once again. 2 different people with this hella cool Revolutionary Army Judge Mat. But nice and beautiful. Just showing off all of the characters. And got all the cards for the characters under their corresponding character on the mat. Super cool theming. Love it.
We have the Love Me Lucci deck here. Putting the Lucci and Lover. I do love that as well. All the Luchidon, the leader. Looking through the cards. You've got some nice variations. You've got the nice Tashigis. Got the 10 costs, Kuzans there. Got all the different alt arts, the Luchis. Everything's nice rarity. Got the Shirahoshis. I love that card as well. I do like the love heart. I love the creativity, not just like put everything out. You know, you form a shape, you put some thought into it. I love that.
For sure. We have a beautiful Blackbeard deck here. They look like the treasure couple of boons, or they could just be the alt art, but really cool that we've gone that full way. We have the manga teachers, the alt art Kuzans. Unfortunately, Teach doesn't have too many alt arts yet. We've got the pre-release cards, which is super cool to see as well. But I'm sure once PRB comes out and we get a bunch of more alt arts for this deck, Alex is going to grab and do a bunch more bling for Blackbeard.
Cool. We have this Wano. What leader is? Oh, the Odin leader. The red-green Odin leader coming through. Has all these nice-looking Wano cards. The 4-drop, the 6-drop, the 3-drops, all max rarity coming through. Has that new busted 5-cost Yamato that's in the deck. Has the 6-cost busted Yamato cards. So many nice cards. Great deck. And yeah, looks very nice. Very shiny.
We have a purple Luffy deck out here showing off all the super strong cards that purple Luffy can run now, including that new 8-cost Katakuri, a very Straw Hat centered deck. We have a couple of traders in there with Katakuri and Big Mum from the Big Mum Pirates, as well as a Miss Double Finger from Baroque, but works all the way back from Alabaster, but really cool purple Luffy list.
Man, people do shall love Chopper. Here's another Chopper deck coming from Daniel. Looking at this version, all the Chopper cards are in this. Got the winners, got the top 64 Chopper, is that top 64?
Yeah, that's the top 64.
The top 64 Chopper. Man's doing better in tournaments than I am currently. I respect that. Looking very nice. If he play, I hope he played this deck to win those cards. That would be awesome. I love the theme, and the Choppers Don look great.
Yeah, those Chopper Dons, super beautiful. We have another blue, purple Luffy, max rarity. You got the inconsistent alt art on the Mihawks, but you still got to show them both off because they're super pretty with the alt art Gama, as well as heaps of alts for everything in the deck. I wonder if Anthony also wants a card for his blue-purple Luffy deck.
We have a red-black Kobe here coming from Mark. One of the new decks that's coming out, all the nice... the deck looks like so much fun to play when it first dropped. It seems so powerful. This 8-drop effect has the alt arts there, has the 6 cost, the 5 cost, the honesty impacts. I love those manga panel extra cards. I wish they're gonna keep on doing it. They reprint every playable extra card into that form. They look amazing. They're so much fun to pull from the cards. Loving the Kobe Don as well. The new additions of those. Yeah, very nice. I love the thematic theming is very great.
We have a beautifully laid out Bello Betty list. Man, you guys must just love your Bello Betty deck, so I'm sure you're happy we've got heaps of them in Top Card at the moment. But you got the split art on the 1-cost Bello Betty, split art on the Koala 2Ks. But overall, this deck is super beautiful and super max rarity. We love to see everyone super hyped around Bello Betty's success.
Yep, and we have the purple black Luffy here. Unfortunately, didn't get one on stream this weekend.
We might have one next round.
We might have next round. But yeah, looking through, he's running one of that 5-cost Sanji. That card looks amazing. Man, that PBO cards are just all look insane. Then we have all the 4-cost coming. What 4-cost card is that on the right?
That's the Frankie.
Oh, I've never seen
Frankie.
that.
That's the alt art from OP09. Super beautiful card.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That's amazing. Yeah, he's got the Gear 5, got all these nice alt arts there. The mat looks sick behind as well.
We've got a Reiju list, like the other Bello Betty list we had earlier in the decks on Parade. We have the Judge Reiju mat behind it. Super pretty. Got all of the PRB full arts for the deck, which looks sick, man. I would love to play some more Reiju, and I love all the gold Don. You're missing 3, but I'll give you a pass on that one.
We have blue, yellow Nami here. The better Nami deck you can play. I love this deck. Looking through it, he has the Altar Kid. Personally, I prefer the normal one. I think that Altar is a little bit cursed, but you know, you got to do what you got to do to bling decks out. The 4 winners, you got the Trafalgar Law winners, you got the Impact, the Altar extra cards, you got the regional winner laws. Man's going max blend for this deck. All the gold done looks amazing.
And we have another Chopper list. Man, you guys love Chopper, but for some reason, you guys keep putting your Hodies and your Rayleighs in your Chopper deck. Let's get a deck which is only Choppers, only Korehas, only all of the Chopper-related characters. But no, this deck is super cool. You have all of your Chopper Don plus all the alt arts. Super duper pretty.
We have another Reiju list coming through. On this Reiju, Vinsmoke, Matt, looking at all these Don. Did we just look at this?
We might have looked at it, but now we have a can of V in the background.
We might have looked at this one. I just recognized, I was like, wait, there's 3 Don that aren't as well. Is this the same list? Looking very shiny, though.
All right, into the last one. We have this beautiful Vivi deck, man. Vivi is so cool. We got the new alt art in EBO2, which looks beautiful, but that's Sanji just on play and give it rush off of Vivi. Being able to swing for 6 straight away is insane. A bunch of really cool different cards. It would have been super cool if we could have Vivi on stream this weekend. I absolutely love how blinged out you have made this deck. All right, that is all the decks that have been submitted. Later on this stream, we will get you guys the winners. There will be 3 winners in total, and once again, they'll be winning 2,500 prize wall tickets. You can get a bunch of super cool stuff from the prize walls with that. So we'll see who gets it, and we'll be able to announce that later in the stream. For now, we'll take a small break before getting into your top 4. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our top 4 round of the Sydney Regionals. We've only got 2 rounds left, but we're going to make sure they are nice and enjoyable for you all. We had Bello Betty on stream last round, and this round we have another Bello Betty versus Black Purple Luffy. So Bello Betty going quite far into this run. This is the Black Purple Luffy list that Minky will be running with a bunch of really cool cards. It has the brand new 6-cost Luffy, which was one of the strongest cards to come out from the starter deck, being able to give your leader plus 2k. We'll see whether that is enough to out-defend the Karasus, which will bring GPs back down to 5. Still being at 6k after that Karasu is going to be very important for this. Now let's have a look at the Bello Betty list.
Yeah, definitely. You see here, we do see the Dragon included just as a one-off, just being like, okay, if we get there, I will do want to use this as a way to end the game. 3 Zeus, everything else pretty much is just the standard list. There's nothing else really spicing here. They got the field, got the 6 cost, all the 5 costs, got the Sabo 2k. You know, just pretty standard. Only 2 raise max, but yeah, generally everything's extent is pretty key. You just max everything, all the good cards out, and go, okay, what do I also want to just chuck in there?
Yeah, for sure. It'll be really cool to see how these players go. Potential of those Limburgs coming down to be able to remove some of the 7k bodies alongside a Raise Max plus a Karasu.
Yep.
But I have no clue how this matchup goes, and I'm keen to see how these players decide to navigate their top 4 match. So let's jump into the table. All right, the players are setting up. I believe Minky is the higher seed, so you'll be able to choose whether to go first or second. I believe he wants to go first in this matchup, but maybe second as well. I honestly have no clue.
So, yeah, generally, I guess you want to take Bello Betty's second curve away. It is a lot more explosive It allows them to get that extra card, like we discussed earlier, allows them to get this wider board, playing multiple 1 costs, and then into that 4 Karasu, and then developing from there. So if you're a deck which doesn't mind going first, second, you generally do want to take the second away. But Black Purple Luffy is one of those decks which really wants to go first. You want to go 1 Searcher, 3 Zoro, get that 1- from the Zoro to get active. The leader will then get the back 2. You effectively get to ramp 1, and then onto that next turn you get to play the 6 cost immediately.
For sure. Zishuan keeping his hand. Minky drawing off his second hand. But also, honestly, look how cool they make the starter deck leaders when they reprint them. It's a nice foil. It's a full art leader. It's not the same as the old art, so it's not like a full enclosed space, but it's such a pretty card nonetheless. Zishuan starting us off with that 1 cost Bello Betty, getting a top 5 search, finding that rush Inazuma, which could be quite strong later on.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, Minky choosing to go second here, recognizing that, okay, I can still play my game going second well enough to the point where I don't want you to play your game going second. So we'll probably just see a couple searches out here. Does have some lines going second still to then get that ramp to get in that 6 cost. The benefit as well is your opponent needs to be on, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 Don to be able to get that effect with the 6 cost Luffy.
Correct.
So you actually need to go, you actually don't get it on curve unless you are going second, and you do play it on your natural 6th on turn.
Yeah, which is what's crazy is I believe it's actually both 6 cost Luffys that have that effect where your opponent needs to be on 5 Don to be able to get the rush one needs your opponent to be on 5 Don for it to gain rush, and the beer Luffy needs it to be on your opponent to be on 5 Don to get the plus 2k power.
Yes.
So both effects kind of want you to go second, right? Because you want your opponent to be on 5 Don before you play these cards. Some decks run cards like Sanji Pudding. If you go first to play on the first curve, because there's not much reason to play that new starter deck Luffy on curve. But it looks like Minky here finding that 5 cost Sanji, which is also really good in the deck, just because how it synergizes with the leader.
Yeah, 100%. So that 5 cost, if it is I think if it itself is a 6 cost, or if it's a 6 cost from the field, yeah. So if you have a character of cost 6 or more, keep up to opponents with a cost of 5 or less. So in theory, in this deck, you go second, you put one on your leader, or your characters get, or your straw hats get increased by 1 cost. When you play this Sanji, it itself activate the effect, and you get to essentially on tempo KO one of your opponent's characters that they just played. So really good, especially in this kind of matchup where the removal is way more important than anything else just in this early game, just to keep that tempo up.
Sure, thinking about counting out of this 6k swing with the Black Maria, playing a Kuma, removing the law. This means that currently we see no bodies that can swing into these little 2k bodies, going back into Minky's turn if Zishuan swings with them all next turn.
Yeah, 100%. So we do see the Surge coming out. Looking at Minky's hand, he doesn't have that 3-drop Zoro or that Nico Robin to play down for that ramp, and just allowing to have another body. He only really has that Uzuhachi. Uzuhachi may get played this turn though, and just go, okay, well, I'll play Uzuhachi, rest one of your things. No, you can't use Uzuhachi as an add-on. I caught myself this time. It has been a long weekend.
It has indeed been a long weekend. It'll be interesting to see what he does. He grabs that 2k Robin from hand. However, unsure whether he wants to play it or save it for a actual 2k. We see a 7k swing into the Bello Betty. This is the first time we've actually seen someone not start Bello Betty.
That is interesting.
Very interesting that Minky's able to kind of go, you know what, I don't think that these triggers matter enough, because once I get the 6 costs out, I'm chill, right? You're not applying enough pressure. Your 8k swings, which are detrimental to other decks, it's just a 2k for me.
Yeah, 100%. And we do see this Ivankov finding the other Ivankov, allowing Zeshuan to discard a card, buff these all up, and play another card off that Ivankov as well. So it's going to be very powerful here. This board just went from 2 cards to 5 very powerful cards in the space of 1 turn, while still now swinging for 5/5/5 into this leader.
That's crazy, man. Just being able to bully cards out of hand. And this could be why Minky decided not to use that 2k, because he's like, you know what? It's more valuable to me as a 2k instead of the ramp, because he goes to 6 Don anyway next turn, right? He can still play the 6 cost he wants to play. So he's not in too bad of a spot either way. Another 5k swing into lead. That's another 2k out of the hand if we want to defend.
Yeah, not having, looking at Minky's hand, purple does kind of struggle to have these. It either runs zero, like the zero cost event to get rid of dead cards, or 2Ks a lot of the time. It doesn't run a lot of 1Ks. They're more auxiliary. If the card's good, if a card is really good, it generally doesn't have any counter to balance that. And a lot of these 1K cards just are, 1K counter cards just aren't good enough to include in decks at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Minky definitely thinking this over a little bit. He probably wasn't expecting such an explosive turn because that is as explosive as possible on 5 Dom, right? You play the 5 cost Ivankov and it has to see the 4 drop in the top 3 cards. That's not very likely. And then they have to have the Karasu in hand, which once again is not very likely. So a lot of kind of things had to go wrong for Minky to be in this position, thinking over whether to take it. He has 4 cards in hand and 4 life. So honestly, not in the worst position we've ever seen a player be against Bello Betty, but still not in a good position because next turn will be nasty.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest issue is that he's in this position and going to 6th on. It is still only the 3rd turn. It is his 3rd turn of the game, and he's looking down at this board and he goes, is a 7K lead even good enough at this point? I can play this Luffy out, get my Don, we'll get the 1 back active from the lead effect. But, like, am I swinging 6 into one of these guys, is that enough? And he decides, no, I am not playing this Luffy out. I need to be more proactive with what I am doing this game.
For sure, we see a 6K swing into leader, probably followed by the 5 cost Sanji, killing the Karasu, so your leader is not so small. Going into the next turn, being very aggressive, because I think Minky knows, look, worst case, if he just completely aggresses me down, I have Rush Luffy next turn. I have 8 Don. I can use Rush Luffy to put those 2 Don back and get one of them back with a leader in active mode. So next turn, it can be a 6-7-7-7 to try go for lethal, bar 4 cards in Sichuan's hand. Is probably too many for that to be a super efficient play.
Yeah, 100%. It was interesting not to swing into the battle card, realizing that I can efficiently take KOs, but I'm also just racing. I have given... The board is over at this point. I'm not winning this board race. I'm just going to race you. And like you said, I just have to survive a couple turns and I can kill you in the process because you're actively making your hand smaller for me. So it's very much we're taking a calculated risk on Mickey's part to go, okay, it is what it is if I don't get there fast enough, but my chances of if I swing into your 2K and take it out are even lower.
Definitely. And I think one of the other reasons he might have decided not to swing into the 2K body is, well, you remove 1, but he still has another one he can buff with his lead effect. So either way, there's still going to be 3 bodies swinging at you. Doesn't matter if you swing into 1 or not. And they're probably not the primary targets to be buffed anyway, because you want big number swings instead of a lot of little swings. But we'll see how it goes. We're using a leader effect. We're giving +3 to both of the little ones. So just one going, you know what? Instead of going tall, I want to go wide.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to get as many swings out because I don't want you just to take a couple of swings and then have a healthy hand when you go to play the 6 cost Luffy next turn be a 7K leader. I want you to have a very few cards in hand if you do that. But we see a 7K swing come down because honestly, what does this one need to play with his Don? He can use all his Don aggressively because the 4 cost Ivankov is just going to play any of the 4 costs from his hand anyway.
Yeah, it's a very rough position. I think this is correct. While you expect this new purple-black leader to be a 7K most of the game, while it's not, take advantage of that, and then do just give the buff to these smaller characters and go, you've only got 2 attacks next turn. Sure, you can have a 3rd one if you play Rush Luffy. If you do that, you're then no longer 7K. I don't really care either way. So I'm going to push the damage through now while I have this chance of you being in a weakened state to then go, okay, all I need, if you got a 0 life, all I need is that 1 big attack. Just keep on getting through.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we're going to go down to a 1 life for Minky. I actually don't know if he can get out of that. Is that 2 2Ks or is that a 2 and a 1? Okay, I think he can get out of this swing, but he's going down to no life and 0 counter cards in hand. We take this. It is a Gum Gum Giant swing 8, and we're just going against. Okay, he didn't have enough counter in hand.
I'm pretty sure he only had 2K in hand, so he couldn't get out of the 7th. And then when he swings 8, he also just drew another dead card. Couldn't get out of that as well.
For sure, and deciding not to, you know, a lot of times you just reveal your hand to your opponent. It's like, nope, this is a top 4 game. I'm just, you've got the game. You win. You don't get to see what cards I'm running in my deck. Even though deck lists are open, you know, it's a little bit of still a mental game. They're just going, yep, shuffle everything back in. Let's go into game 2.
Yeah, 100%. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments Minky can make. I honestly just think that I wouldn't do anything different. I would still just choose 2nd. You still just got to pray that your opponent just doesn't hit the high roll. Like essentially, like Zishuan was in such an insane position from that 1/5 cost, and then just played all these cards out. He hit the perfect top card from the top 3, played out the Karasu, and then it's like that's one of those games where it's like, okay, we talked earlier about it, it's like, okay, this matchup is 70-30. You still lose 30% of the time, even if you're favored, and this is just what happens. Like it does feel bad. It feels like it's out of your control, but that's just the nature of card games.
100% agree with you there, but these players are ready to go for game 2. Pretty much just shuffling up their decks. I'm sure we'll see the same turn order as we did game 1. Looking from Minky's side, maybe trying to see a ramp on for Don, maybe something like the 3 across Zoro to have a body to swing back into the board. But I think more importantly, when you go into your theoretical 6 Don turn, you're able to use whatever 6 cost you want, whether you want to use the new starter deck Luffy, whether you want to use the Rush Luffy, or whether you want to go leader plus Sanji again, you still have that 1 extra Don open for Gum Gum Giant. And I think that will make a massive difference, because at the end of the day, Black Purple, sure, it might want to go to 10 Don, but it doesn't need 10 Don. It just needs enough Don to play a 6 cost, and then that gets Don back inactive anyway, so you're not losing Don that way, and then have enough for Gum Gum Giant. That's kind of all you need.
Yep, yeah, for sure. You are still a purple deck at the end of the day. All you really do is want to ramp and then play and then you abuse Gum Gum Giant. So if you can effectively get to that mid-game state where you're not in a position where you're going to lose the game and you can kind of stabilize and start putting the pressure on, definitely. So we just do see the mulligan from both, neither liking the hand putting it back. I saw, look at this one stand, I think it was 2 Karasu, 1 6-drop, the 1 dragon in his deck, and then like a 2K. He literally had nothing to do for the first 2 turns of the game. As better, you definitely want to do not want to do nothing for the first 2 turns of the game, so putting that back and praying for some playable cards.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to find that 2-cost Bato was very strong last game, removing the Allure Searcher. And we see another 1-drop Bello Betty come down, which obviously is super strong. Is that another 2-cost Bato we saw there?
I think he found the top card. The last card he found was another Bato, I think. So he will be able to run it back if he so chooses to.
He's like, all right, I can't grab those at 1-drop Bello, so let me just chuck them to the side. Which of these do I want? Do I have a body that in my hand that's currently better than Limburg? So maybe I want that. Do I just want the Bato so I have a better line for next turn? Or do I want a 2K because I just want to be able to defend my board later on? Those are kind of thoughts, processes going through these players' minds. Grabs the 2K and passes turn.
See from Minky here, did he draw into any playable cards? Last time it was a 1-cost Searcher and pass. Looking into it, that is a very rough looking hand. I think that's the a couple Gum Gums, the 3-cost Nico, I think, a Gamma Knife, and not really much else in there.
Yeah, it looks like it could be 2 Gamma Knives in that hand, which is a little bit rough. The other 1-cost Belly Betty. So that's all 4 1-cost Belly Betties that we've seen. 2 of them are now at the bottom deck. 2 of them are in play. We'll probably see the 4-cost Ivankov get grabbed if it's not already in hand, just so we can get 2 cards out next turn. Unless the 5-cost Ivankov's in hand. That is a very likely situation as well.
Yep. Definitely, Karasu's also there. It's just always, well, I can just grab Karasu at worst. You know, it's never a bad option. Just make your life easier when you're going in for these swings. So it'd be interesting to see, based on what's in his hand, it kind of gives you an idea for us of what he has in hand. Yeah, grabbing the Karasu. I mean, he probably does have one of either the 5-drop or the 4-drop play in hand. If we do see the run back of game 1 again, that would be insane.
It definitely will be. Potentially thinking of just touching the 2 Don and swinging 7, which I don't mind here. You know, last game, it took you a while to take that first damage off of Minky's, and maybe this time taking it down straight away. Losing 2 cards in hand is something I wouldn't want to do. It looks like neither does Minky. Finding that looks like another Gum.
More cards with no counter. Man, this is a brutal draw from it. We do see a 1-cost Law Searcher is actually huge. If he does decide to do that, plus the 3-cost Nico Robin, I think was here, would be in a decent spot. It is still, you are then tapped out, but like, are you really using these Gum Gums this early in the game? If you're using, I think you're putting yourself in a losing position anyway. So you go, okay, if you push me down to 1 next turn, sure, that's manageable, but then at least I'm playing the rest of the game, not from a losing position.
For sure, thinking which card to grab here. And if I am Minky, I'm kind of going, I'm looking at my hand, I see no 6-cost Luffy. I'm looking at the top cards of my deck. I see no 6-cost Luffy. And you know, sometimes these decks that play around one card as their primary engine, you know, you miss it, it feels bad. Missing it twice against a favorable matchup in top 4 of a regionals is a little bit rough. I mean, he still has his draw for turn next turn, but it means he has to plan a little bit differently just in case he doesn't hit it. Looks like he's going for the Frankie blocker, which is a really strong card for 4 Don. Don -2, discard 1, draw 2 cards. Would have been a really nice card to open this turn with because you just get those Don back with your leader. So you would have still been able to play that 1-cost lure if you wanted to.
100%. Filter some of these not so great cards out of your hand as well. The 2 Gamma Knives definitely clogging up the hand. If he does make it to the later stages of the turn, will be great. Discard fodder. And potentially you can use them to swing back into Betty's board, but right now it's just looking at your hand is like, am I really giving up one of my 2Ks to play this Nico Robin out? That's a rough thing to think about.
We have a 7K into a leader. Minky kind of going, all right, you know what? I know a lot of people like to starve Belly Betty so they don't get these triggers, but I think Minky kind of thinking the opposite of, you know what? My hand is so bad that the only chance I have to win this is if I'm able to rush down and end the game quickly, which this deck can do extremely well. So it's definitely not a silly thing to think of, especially because this turn is not super aggressive. It's the next turn that gets really, really bad. So he still has another chance to draw the cards he needs.
Yeah, we do see the favorite player of every ability player. You go Vankov Karasu, 556 into a 4K 4 leader. Mickey's just looking at his hand and going, man, why now? Why now of all times for this to happen twice in a row? You know, you get those testing sessions. He's like, all right, I just got to get through this bad draw phase. I want to test some real games. You know, it's fine. We'll get there. Okay, as long as we don't run this bad, it's all good. And then you do it something like that, man. This sucks, but you got to make the best out of a bad situation, and we'll see what Minky can get out of this with. So second 5 coming in, having to give these 2K such pressure to get out of these swings. Need another 5 into the 4 there. Giving 2 1Ks, taking the leader swing and playing out the raise back. Just saying, I've got a full board now. These are all attackers as well. Next turn, it's coming base 5 with leader effect on all my cards. Plus, you're now a 4K leader. It's just a brutal position to be in.
Most definitely, and that Raise Max is a super threatening card for a couple of reasons. And one of the main ones is even if Minky wanted to play a 6-cost Luffy, this one could do a swing with Karasu to minus the 6-cost Luffy, make it a 6. Actually, no, never mind. I'm bad at math. Completely ignore me, everyone. We can only KO a 2K or less with Kuma. Not
I wasn't the one who messed up for once. Let's go.
We see a 2K swing into the Bellu, but this is a tempting save, right? Because if another 5-cost Sanji comes down, which we know Minky hasn't, is probably his play line, there's a very good chance that we're going to only have 2 cards on board. So being able to save one of these Bellu Betties is decently important, and looks like we are very tempted to do it. No, we're going to let it die. We'll see the 6K swing or 5K swing into the other Bellu Betty, and probably the Sanji to clear the Karasu.
Definitely. I think Karasu is too big of a threat with all these small attackers out. Essentially, it's also just a thing of he doesn't really have anything better to do, unfortunately. It's kind of, when you're forced into an option, it's a bit rough. Looking into his hand, he doesn't... Does he just have 2K counter again, though? Like, if he does tap out, he just dies again.
For sure, it is definitely a rough, but it looks like he has to do the same thing, killing the Karasu again.
Swinging into leader that time as well, giving the 2K, not even swinging into the Belly Betty to clear it, saying, I'm just racing you. There's no point me even swinging this Belly Betty. But looking at his hand, I think we might... There's a very good chance it's just going to be over this turn.
Yeah, only with that 1 card with counter in hand. So these Bellu Betty, like 1-cost swings, are going to be very, very lethal. And as this one just does what he did last turn, buff everything, turn cards sideways, and play something off of Vankov, he has 4 cards on board going into his next turn, which is crazy. Like, that is still a lot of cards. So he doesn't actually need to invest any Don this turn. And it looks like that is what he is thinking of doing.
Yeah, 100% here. Just going, okay, well... 6 cards in hand, that's probably a decent amount of counter. What is my best math here? What I want to establish, because generally as Belly, you want to really establish things every turn. You never take a turn off to play things unless you have a full board already. You generally want to go, okay, we're going to establish, even if it's a couple more 1-drops, you put a couple 1-drops out, get some, maybe root for your hand a little bit, another raise max, turn everything else sideways, and go, okay, worst case scenario, I should at least have a couple more attacks again next turn.
For sure. We definitely get one free play off the Ivankov, and it's just how much Don we want to put towards the second one. Having something like a Karasu in hand is going to be very nasty, which from memory, I think I saw 2 in his hand at the start of the game. So very likely we'll see that coming down off of the Ivankov. But just thinking what the plan is. Looks like he doesn't want to discard. He just wants to manually attach the 2-Don to free play the Karasu to reduce the Monkey D Luffy, pay for Inazuma, and now this is where we're going to buff everything. So we're going to buff the 2-1 cost as well as the Inazuma. So we have a couple of 5k swings, couple of 7. Actually, no, we can swing 6 into 4 as well a couple times. So this is going to be a 5 into 4, and there'll probably be 6 in 2-4 with both race max and leader, and then a 7-7. Which is a lot of cards out of hand.
Interesting sequence. I definitely like the sequencing though. Waiting for that leader effect, just putting the Donna there going, okay, I'm going to touch anyway. Why don't I do this first and then get the free effect for this rush instead of having to do more Don there, make the math slightly more even, which you generally want to do when you go in a game. You want the slow incrementals instead of having this weird pacing.
Sure. We get a 2k off of life, which means, unfortunately, we have to take this. We have no option but to take this a 7k, and we have a 2k counter. That game is over. Bello Betty are making its way all the way to the finals here of Sydney Regionals. I don't know whether we could have had a worse draw in terms of a counter for Minky, but hey, that's all right. Sometimes things like this happen. Let's bring it back to the desk while we look at what could be our potential final bracket. All right, so that was our top 4 game. It was over very, very quickly, but we do have this one moving on to the finals, being able to have a chance at winning a regionals here in Sydney. Let's have a quick look at the bracket to see who his potential opponent could be. All right, so having Zishuan in that final, it looks like we also have our other finalists. All right, so we have Zishuan making it into the finals. The other game is still going. I believe it is Bello Betty versus GP Luffy. So that will be a very interesting game to see who makes it. We might have a Bello Betty finals up ahead, or it could be Bello Betty versus GP. We will find out what happens. But that was a pretty quick top 4 game. It shows the power of Bello Betty. Unfortunately, we couldn't see what this black-purple Luffy deck could do. We didn't really see the ramp. We didn't really see the counter to get us to the late game, which was a little bit rough. But we can't always have what we need. And it was just unfortunate for Minky. It happened in top 4.
Yeah, 100%. It will be interesting to see whether we do have a Bello Betty mirror in the finals. Talking with Nis a little bit before, he said it's actually more intricate than you first realize. There is like different lines. Going first, you actually play the game very differently from how you go on second. You have opportunities for different things on curve and different things. So that'd be cool to see. Bello Betty mirror will be an interesting way to cap all these finals for all these blue-purple, all the purple Luffy. No, we're going pure aggro, baby. Just smack and face will be awesome. Otherwise, it'll be a rematch again of our semi-final match that we saw before, GP versus Bello Betty. It will be interesting to see how the different players take on the matchup, if it is that, and what different adjustments that they can learn from there.
Yeah, very keen to see how it makes it. If Nick does end up making it to the finals, he is very good at understanding all his rogue matchups. He plays rogue decks, but he understands his matchups perfectly, so it'll be really cool to see. But also, you don't really want to see a mirror in the finals. Seeing a GP in there would be good, but either way, what I want is a good game for you guys, the viewers. But we will take a quick break before we come back for the finals. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have our winners coming in for the decks on parade. And first, we have this beautifully laid out Bello Betty list. Congratulations. Oh my gosh, my pronunciation is dying here too. Joshua, this list must have taken time to lay out everything so square, and we really appreciate it. You have all the super cool alt arts in the deck, man. I absolutely love this. It's on theme. It's beautiful. The presentation is amazing. Such a great list. So congratulations, Josh.
Next up, we do have Dennis winning with the VV, which will show momentarily.
All right, we'll quickly skip over and go to the next one while we fix that little issue. Now we have Floyd with UP Luffy. Now, Floyd, if you're watching this, I have a Hot Wheels if you would like to trade that for your UP Luffy deck, but this is absolutely beautiful. You've got the manga Luffys, which both look really cool. They're both got their arms extended and punching heaps of Straw Hat cards in this deck. Very well themed. And you've got the 10 Straw Hat Don for the leader that searches the Straw Hat cards. Absolutely beautiful. What do you think about this one, Kev?
Yeah, 100%. I love the Bandai Premium Big Mom as well, that Nikos one. Those gold foiled cards look so beautiful, included any deck. Very jealous there. And we have the finalist Sanjis as well. Everything's just maxed out. All the cards look so nice. My eyes are hurting from the bling. It is so cool.
Yeah, only thing a little bit disappointing, the puddings are traded to the Straw Hats, but you know, besides that, it's absolutely beautiful. Congratulations, Floyd. All right, and that is going to be it for now, guys. We will come back with the finals very shortly. It's going to be a very exciting game. Everyone, and welcome back. We are here in the finals of Sydney Regionals. These two players have been able to make it all the way through top 16 to come to a Bello Betty mirror in the finals. This deck was one that was kind of ruled out because of buggies, but both these players willing to take it. We have Nice's list on us. He was able to come 7th in Swiss with a bunch of really strong cards, and we'll see the variations from his list to Zishuan's list, who was able to come 9th. As you can see, the decks are pretty similar.
A couple different cards, like different choices. Sabo 2K, there's one 8 cost Dragon from Zishuan here, but realistically, the decks function the exact same. All the good cards are there, and you just got to go, okay, my 2Ks is different, and we'll see what variations these players can bring in, and what happens going first and second, who's attacking when, and where all the damage goes.
For sure. Nice with the higher seeding, being able to choose whether to go first or second. I have no clue what you're meant to choose in the mirror, but one card these players, I'm assuming, will be looking for is the 2-cost Kuma to be able to control the early board. So one thing I noticed in the list was Nice is only running 2, whereas this one is running 3. That is something that could come up in this mirror. But that's all. That's the only thing I know. Besides that, I'm going to be learning with you guys throughout this. You got any insight, Kev?
Yeah, for sure. The Kuma seems important to be able to carry those 1-cost Betties. Have a quick chat with Nice over the break. He said there are different lines going first, second. You kind of play a different style of game. One is more aggressive than the other. You're kind of aiming to do different things. If you go second, you get to play like things like Karasu and Ivankov on curve, the 4-cost. Going first, you get to do the 5-cost Ivankov on curve and kind of play this more like board-centric playstyle. So it'd be interested to see. I think the biggest factor will be, when do you start swinging? Because as soon as you start swinging, your opponent can then start swinging back into you. And you essentially, I think, whoever swings first is more the aggressor, and whoever swings second will probably play more of a board control style.
For sure. And one thing we noticed in all the other games is every deck likes to starve Bello Betty. So I'm very interested to see whether these players are going to use their leaders to swing into each other to risk some triggers, because they're both aggro decks, right? They both want to take their opponent's life down to 0 super, super quick. So being able to do stuff like swing 5k into leader seems important, but could be a trigger. Or honestly, I have no clue how it's going to go. Are you going to discard a card to stay on high life in the mirror? Are you going to risk going for the trigger? Very interesting. Nice playing the field, which kind of just mitigates the fact he was able to draw turn 1. Sure, he has the consistency for the rest of the game, but he's now down an extra card in hand. I feel like every card in hand is super important. We'll see if there's a trigger. No triggers, man. These Bello Betty decks, I swear they're meant to run triggers, but we haven't seen a single one in all the games we've played.
There's definitely less triggers now than there used to be because of these actual good cards to put in the deck. Before it used to be, okay, well, we've got the good cards in, and I guess we're just going to put the trigger friends in and just go, okay, well, hopefully this can fill out the deck that can swing with. But now you really do have a lot of these, the new 4-costs, Ivankov, and all the other cards that go with that, just allow you to kind of play a more consistent version of that deck and less reliant on those triggers.
For sure. One really interesting thing is if Nice wants to play the Ivankov, is this willing to discard another card in his hand to play out another body? Because your 5k swing with Bello Betty, with the 2-cost, isn't super impactful. You're not really getting too many cards out of Zishuan's hand, but you're losing a couple cards in your hand yourself. So we'll see if he's willing to discard, or whether he thinks it's just worth it to play the Ivankov for a line next turn, or whether he needs to discard this turn to play something out. It looks like he's wanting to discard. He's thinking about the cards, thinking which one to discard, which one's the least important.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing I don't know is, will he swing with leader? I would assume yes, and then just go risk it a little bit. But I don't see him swinging with the Bello Betty. You just give it the power as kind of like a practice mental note to always do it. But I don't see there's any reason to swing with your board. Yeah, you give your opponent something free to swing back into. You just go, okay, I guess we're just going to poke each other. I guess go down to something like 2 life is probably where you feel safe enough as Bello Betty. And then it's like, okay, we both now... It's kind of like the Zoro mirror back in set 1, set 2. It's like, we both built a board. Well, my board's kind of good enough now. I'm just going to start going and then hope that I get there a little bit.
For sure, but the one major difference is both these decks have trigger bodies, and both these decks start on 4 life.
Very
so it's a lot quicker game. You get a lot more power than you do with Zoro, and you have a lot less cards in hand because you got to keep discarding cards. And he's thinking, oh, do I pass? Going with pass, not wanting to switch the 1-cost Bellow to rest, wanting 3 cards to swing with next turn.
I think Zeus is also an interesting kind of matchup. You do get to answer a lot of cards for 2 Don when they don't have to be an activated, but you do lose that life, which seems like not a good trade-off in this matchup. I think you do kind of just use the Zeus as counter and not play as too much of a risk factor unless you are going for game and need to remove something.
So we see the 5-cost Ivankov come down. Doesn't hit anything of power-wise, but we do have the Kuma, which is still good. Removing the Bell Betty, kind of going, damn, it was a shame that I didn't swing with it last turn now because it got removed for free. But I guess Nice doesn't know whether there was a better body to be played in there. So I guess isn't much of a muchness.
Exactly. You kind of go, well, he's forced to play that. Otherwise, he'd be playing a better body. And it's like you kind of win out on the fact that now it's a 2K instead of a 5K on the board anyway. You're not too worried about that. So we're just seeing considering whether or not to counter here. It is an interesting point of maybe these decks do want to see it through life. Maybe 2 is too low in this matchup, and you go, no. 3 is the one where when I swing it back at you, and you don't, and I don't end the game, I need to be able to survive that 1 turn, and that 3 life point is the life to sit at for that.
For sure. And he's looking at the cards together, looking at the blocker. Blockers are very valuable. I could very much see a line from Nice where he uses Koala Take Life, which is why he defended it, get an extra body down, and then use Leader Effect, buff the Ivankov, the Karasu, and maybe the Inazuma in hand, and then afterwards use Ivankov to play out that blocker. So he has 2 blockers. He gets a bunch of really big swings this turn and is able to bully Zishuan's hand down quite low.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is, we'll discuss it before, I think this will be a very quick finals. I think, like, there's no way you can not play a quick game of the Bella Betty Mirror. You just both smacking each other, you're both going wide. I think it will be one of those types of games where 1 or 2 decisions is the breaking point for who can have the most skill expression, and from there we'll be able to see who can come out on top.
For sure, that Inazuma coming down, being able to gain a rush means Nice is able to get an extra swing off this turn. We'll see the AK swing minusing 1 to the leader.
AK into 4 here.
Seems like
3 cards for hand is very rough. So we do see the first big swing coming through with the 5 afterwards. We'll probably just see a 2K if there is one as Zishuan's hand. Just getting out of the, you still have to get out of these easy attacks where possible, because you see there's another 7, then an 8 coming through still.
For sure. I think there'll be a very high chance that Zishuan's going to want to sit at least 1 life to end this turn. So he has the potential to use Zeus to kill another blocker if it comes down, because he knows Nice search that Karasu and then just go for game himself. He's like, no, I'm not surviving. Nice has got like 2 cards in hand. We're just going for it. So if Zishuan is able to counter out 3K, because let's be real, he's not surviving another turn. So he has to win. And it's kind of hard with 2 life and 1 blocker, but being able to KO a blocker with the Zeus will be very strong.
Yeah. It is interesting. He could technically survive another turn if he full clears board except for Koala and except for the blockers, and plays a blocker himself. But like you said, it's very rough. Saying that if he stays at his 1 life, it's very rough to try and do that. So we do see the Ivankov playing down this Karasu blocker. 2 blockers, 2 life. Zishuan's at 0, very rough looking position for him. Like you said, I agree. He does kind of have to go for game at this point. It's in at 0 life. It's not really much you can do about it now.
A couple of raised maxes, maybe a way to KO something, but it doesn't look like he has the Kuma. The only way it was that Zeus. So maybe he was like, there's no real reason countering out if I have to get rid of my Zeus. So it'll be interesting to see 4 swings. So at the moment, it's not possible, right? 4 swings, 2 life, 2 blockers. The game, Zishuan can't win this turn. Yeah, so he has to try find something crazy off this Ivankov. Look at the top 3. Seeing another rush card definitely helps, gives him the option to go for game if he wants it, which it looks like he will go for. Discard a dead card, probably buff all the small things. The Bardo, the 2 Inazumas, so they're all 7k bodies. Sorry, the Inazuma is a 7, the Kuma is 5, but no Karasu means that the leader is still a 5k, so he only needs 1k to get out of the Kuma, so a 2k to get out of the Ivankov. But at the end of the day, he only needs to get out of one of these swings because he can block the other 2.
Yeah, 100%. So if Nice was able to keep some counter in hand, he did discard the Koala before, so assuming he kept some counter in hand, he will probably be able to get out one of these swings. We might see as soon as he does. I think you do definitely take the first couple, And you want to, and sometimes in One Piece, you want to kind of bait your opponent to go for game. Otherwise, there's a world where if you counter out here, he then just goes, okay, I'm going for your board instead. And like, I've got 5 cards in hand. Like, you still have to end the game somehow. But yeah, we do see the instant counter out, the instant scoop. On to game 2 we go.
For sure. I think, yeah, Nice only need to counter out 1 swing, right? So it doesn't matter which of the swings he counters out of. Counters out of that second one.
Yeah, correct.
That's game. I think this one, looking back at the board, maybe considering whether he wanted to go for the Zeus play. If he had enough counter, it probably would have been a good line, but maybe he didn't have enough counter in hand and had to use the Zeus if he wanted to get out of it, in which case he's definitely dead.
Definitely. Maybe not. Maybe for, like, not considering that the Karasu can come down. Looking at the board state, they're going, okay, cool. I've got 1 blocker to deal with. I have lethal on board. I just have to work out the math. And then the second blocker came down. I think it was actually huge for Nice to play that and find that. Because from that point, it was like, oh, my math got really hard. I didn't consider this. So Nice waiting until the very last second to play that, just not revealing that information to Zishuan and him going down to that 0 life, I think was like the pivotal point of that turn.
For sure. Zishuan did have the information. It was got off the stage. It was a top 3 search.
You do have the information, but it's very hard. It's like not in your mind sometimes. Like, you're thinking about these attacks and what I'm doing this. Sometimes it just kind of like leaves your mind and like it comes back in and you're like, oh, no. I knew that. I forgot.
Yeah, oopsie daisy. But as we said a couple times, being in the finals is very stressful. Lots of lights on you, and you're playing to be the best player out of 512. Which is crazy. Nice has already been able to do it 3 times before. So looking for number 4. I think Zishuan has been close to winning a couple times before. Not sure if he ever got one, but is a very strong player.
Yeah, very, very strong player across multiple games. Very close to top in of multiple events. Pretty sure he was in the top of Nats this year.
Very, very good chance he was in top 32 of Nats. Multiple serial winner. Very strong. And this mirror, I mean, it comes down to a lot of the times in mirrors, being able to choose whether to go first or second is quite impactful. So being the player with the lower seed can make it a little bit harder to get the victory. But he's able to choose to go second this game. So we'll see how he pilots that.
For sure. So see the players just shuffling up. Neither wanted to keep their hand, neither liking what they saw. Wanted to get a fresh 5, hoping to find some better cards, I think. We'll be interested to see whether the game does last any longer or if it's kind of the similar thing of, well, if you go second, you have more Don and more cards. You see more cards to be able to build that bigger board faster. And then whoever builds the bigger forward faster can be the aggressor. So if you have 4 cards, your opponent has 3, it's okay to put them sideways. Your opponent doesn't have enough attacks to then remove it all. Plus, you can defend some, and then you can go swing again on the next turn. So it feels like this matchup does come down to a bit of a board generation race first, and then a swinging race after that.
For sure. And one thing is, Zishuan didn't miss the 1-drop Searcher going first last game. We'll see if Nice has it and that changes the tempo too much. It looks like he does. Plays the Bella Betty looking at top 5. You know, Nice likes to keep us on edge a little bit. He's quickly looking at the cards and not showing us, not letting us see what choices he gets to make. You know, keeping us all in suspense.
I predict he will choose a 5-dropping Vankov if there's one in there. If there isn't, there could be anything.
Get the 3 cross crosser. I love how he just remembers it and just like flips it right away. Like, could you imagine him just click the wrong? I was like, I forgot my mix and matches, you know?
I flipped the wrong one.
But getting the 3-drop is very important in this mirror to be able to play something on 3 when you go first. Zishuan with the ideal counter to the Bello being the Bartolomeo Kuma. Clearing the 1-drop. The Karasu blocker comes down. This being a blocker is just super impactful.
Yes. It means you can kind of just sit this there. Maybe it is one of the things you don't swing with. If you're going for game and it's definitely the last thing you swing with, you go, maybe that's what I live if this blocker is enough. So you definitely want to do that. So we do see the 4 Kosovankov come down, the buff from the leader effect making it have enough power to then be able to free play something out. If we do see this swing thing come through here, I don't think it'll be the Karasu coming down then. It'll probably be just another 4K body that is available.
Yeah, definitely unsure. Maybe we see a Limburg for something that can later on clear the Karasu blocker. Could be quite strong if this one has a couple of raised maxes or wants to play a Karasu to minus a board going into next turn, which I think would be really strong. Obviously, needs being able to clutch up around the game 1 with blockers. This one not wanting that to happen here in game 2. So maybe prioritizing the Limburg, or maybe he just also doesn't have the Karasu. We're seeing a difference here where this one is going, you know what, I want to be the aggressor. I want to attack a couple of more times. And honestly, I don't mind it too much if he's able to get another blocker down. We see the Limburg come down, sorry, not block, another body down, because you still get to buff 2 cards next turn. And if he has the Inazuma, then he doesn't need this Kuma, right? He can still buff 3 cards and swing for with 3 different cards, which is quite strong.
Yeah, see him do something similar to what he did last game, where he'll put the 2-don under the Ivankov, giving it that power boost it needs to play something, playing down the rush Inazuma, and then buffing everything up, so he does get those full 3 attacks.
For sure. And the other thing about turning the Kuma sideways is that because Nice doesn't have a Belly Betty or anything small to swing into it, it's essentially acting like a 1k in hand, right? Because if Nice swings into the Kuma, that's 1 less cards this one has to counter out from hand. So he's not too worried about losing it. He's more worried about his cards in hand than boards on field at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I can see the Belly Betty potentially swinging, Nice not swinging with his Karasu though, just keeping that. I think if he swings with Karasu, normally you go, oh, free KO. This is like a free chump for me. It's like, why would I not? In Belly Betty, every card matters on your board. You definitely do not want to be kind of free swinging into the card. So as you said, it's essentially this Kuma is now a blocker at the same time. As we saw, like 3 life isn't enough. You need more than 3. Like 2 life is not enough. You do need this 3 to stay there. So we do see the 6 into the leader. They're very interesting. Does decide to take it, go down to the 2. We'll have to see what forecast Nice will be playing this turn. He does have the Ivankov at the top of his hand there. Probably look at playing that out. Potentially using leader effect, potentially not. Maybe waiting until next turn, playing the Inazuma out. I think that's on the 3 cost there. Otherwise, definitely will play something out this turn. So yeah, we do come down with his own Limburg and with the passover.
Be interesting to see what Nice decides to target if he does have a minus effect. Maybe he wants to clear something like, who's this one will target if he has a minus effect. Maybe he wants to clear Nice's own Limburg, so he can't, so this one can play his own blocker. But the game ended on 7-don last turn, right? This one wasn't able to win the game, so theoretically it would go to 8 for Nice to go for the win, but this one scooped after 7-don not being able to get the kill. So looking at those lines, this one's just thinking, I can survive Nice's next turn, he can't survive my next 2 turns, so we're in a good spot, which is probably why Nice didn't attack into the Kuma, because he remembered from last game, his only chance to win is 7-don, right? That is his last turn to win, so there's no point swinging into this Kuma, because he's got a really good shot of surviving this turn. So it's always that kind of turn by turn little variations that we see in this mirror.
Yeah, definitely, especially with this one already down to 2 left as well. It's even more of a clock. It's like it does sort of feel like this one has to win this turn almost. That depending on cards in hand, we saw he did have a couple dead cards in hand from the moment from a quick look we saw. It will be interesting to see what choice to make. Does he? Sometimes you don't have the option but to go for game. Like if he has no blockers here, and he starts swinging. Like, is there any way he can even survive? So it'd be interesting to see. Sometimes you just have to accept that you're going to lose if you go to another turn. You just have to go for it, as unlikely as it is.
Sure, very, very hard to get for game here. You've got 4 swings versus 3 lives, so all 4 have to connect, and you have to remove the blocker. That seems a little bit rough. Something like being able to remove an opposing Ivankov or an opposing Limburg with a raise max plus the Limburg swing is probably ideal in this situation, especially if you can still push on the same time, because then you can remove a Limburg or an Ivankov while killing the Krasno, because they need the block down will be the ideal situation. Nice countering out of the first 5k swing. This one coming down with the Koala, taking the life, playing out another body. And I think this Koala is very important in the mirror, because it's able to get you a body and a big blocker, which most likely isn't being removed, while replacing yourself in hand and taking life. Yeah. So you get a lot of cards in hand. You're able to play something else out. In this case, it's the Koala that minuses a body. As you can see, the Limbos kind of move back a little bit.
Yep, definitely. So yeah, that 2-cost Koala coming out. Although being a 2K, it does have the minus on play effect, meaning that when this Limburg swings, he will be removing the opponent's Limburg, not choosing the blocker, saying that's just a smaller body. I just need to survive this next turn. And I have a good chance to. We do see a trigger come through finally. It is that Bartholomew Kuma, the KO one. It doesn't even matter about the KO right now. We just need bodies on board to swing with next turn and win the game.
For sure. It looks like Zishuan's hand is just for 1Ks. Not having a 2K can be a little bit rough. Having to play out the Koala is definitely not ideal. Would have preferred a Raise Max or something like that. When you're looking at 4 swings and 1 block, means you have to counter out of 2 of them. It's a bit rough. Like, you're after leader effect, you're going to have minimum all the swings be 5K, being we've got a 5, got an 8, got a 7. Maybe Ivankov plays out a Karasu, or maybe Ivankov plays out an Inazuma. Then you got another swing. So there's a lot of pressure coming down against Zishuan next turn.
Yeah, 100%. So just considering, I guess, whether or not he wants to swing with these characters or whether or not he wants to replace it. So replacing that with Ivankov effect, not swinging with it, just keeping it active, being like, okay, now you have to end the game or I'm winning next turn. Keeping these active, I'm not giving you the option to go for my board. You have to go for game this turn, or you have to think you can survive another turn. Looking at the board, looking at the hands, definitely not with Nice's hand. You'd have to get some pretty nice searches off of those to be able to find something with them. So I think it'll be a turn of Nice just doing math, just running through some variations in his head. Needing both hits that aren't blocked to go through and connect to win the game is a very, very scary situation when your opponent has 4 cards in hand and you have 4 attacks. Essentially, your opponent, because you need everything to go through, everything matters essentially. None of these hits can be wasteful. So we do see the Searcher coming through though. Oh, the land, sorry, the field.
Yeah, Nice looking for the Inazuma or some way to get an extra attack off. He was thinking about the math, going, all right, if I just go for game, it's 888, which isn't enough. I mean, 4-8 is a very strong, but isn't enough to win the game. Most likely not. So he goes, all right, I'm going to go for this search. We find the Bartholomew Kuma. Maybe he has a way to minus in hand. He does have the Koala, so we can use Ivankov's effect to minus the Karasu, and then Ivankov's effect to play the Koala to minus the Karasu, to then play Kuma for 2 to get rid of one of the blockers. Very convoluted, but it gets us a extra swing through. We'll use that to minus, and then the Kuma to kill it. We have 2 Don left. It looks. Oh no! So we've already paid the 2 for the either the Koala Kuma, doesn't matter. So we've got 4 Don left.
4 Don left,
and we've got 4 swings.
So it'll be 7, 7, 7, 8 coming through, and you just have to go, please have dead hand. So 2 of these, he has to get out of 2 of these hits now. Otherwise, it is... Sorry, he has to get... Yes.
It's very rough. From memory, we know that Zishuan hand has 3 1Ks, so we can get out of this, but then the next swing he'll have to take gets a Zeus 2K. That means I don't think he has enough in hand. He can 2 and 1 out of this, but then his hand is just 2 1Ks left. He blocks the 7, swings the 8, only 2 2Ks, and Nice wins his 4th regionals. That was a extremely intense game. The Searcher finding the Kuma. Nice making a very heads-up play, going, I don't think I can get the win if I just go for game with 4 8K swings. I either need to find the Inazuma or I need to find a way to KO, in which case he found his Kuma. He doesn't run many, only runs 2, so it was a great hit to have off of that Searcher. Very high risk, high reward play by Nice that was able to get him the win. He's smiling, he's happy. Congratulations. So that will wrap up for us over this weekend, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the Sydney Regionals. I know I've had a lot of fun commentating alongside Kevin. Hope you enjoyed the weekend, Kevin.
Oh, I've had an amazing weekend. It's always fun commentating One Piece with you, Max. We get to see all the amazing decks, see all the awesome players and the plays. And yeah, Bella Betty is a real deck now. I think we can finally confirm after 2 regionals now. It now has 2 regional wins. that this deck is now belongs to be here. It is no longer, oh yeah, you can just kind of play this fun aggro deck. It's like, no, this is a real counter to the meta. If you don't like Purple Luffy and you think GGG needs to be banned, just play Bella Betty and just show them that that card is fake.
For sure. And the big thing is, even though Bella Betty could have a rough Swiss, in Top Cup is a destroyer, right? It beats all the Purple Luffy decks as we've seen on stream today. So it is a great counter meta pick. Anyway, guys, thanks a bunch for tuning in with us over this weekend. The players have had an amazing time. We've had an amazing time watching all of these players, and we're keen to join you for the next regionals we have with Let's Play Games.
Catch you then.